Hello everyone. Let me just quickly um do 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 this. Okay. Okay. Let me just say hello to everyone. Hello Zam, congrats on first. Hello Raising, hello Vermo, hello Toonie. Hello Austin, hello Kay. Hello Space and hello Cat. How is everyone? I'm doing good, Cat. I hope you're also doing good. I really need to start fixing my my sleep schedule, so I hope that this reading session will make me sleepy enough to go to bed and finally start having a normal sleeping session, but I kind of know that I might want to go back to playing DayZ after stream. Yeah, we're playing DayZ since 2 p.m. today till now 6 p.m. So it's been 4 hours and everything that happened in DayZ was basically we spawned, we fought, or didn't fight really. We got killed. I got instant headshotted and I died. That was it. That was the whole run today. And also, hello Kudo, how are you? But yeah, 4 hours of playtime resulted in me having the same stuff now because I ran all the way back and looted the entire place again. Didn't die this time. Not yet, anyway. Not in a New Year's mood. Do you guys usually have like goals set for the new year? I'm not the type of person to set goals for myself, but I thought that maybe it might be a good idea. Also, I hope you enjoy cooking your food, Zam. Thank you for the lurk. I've been thinking about setting goals for myself, but I know that I set very unrealistic goals. So I've been wanting to work out for a long time now, and I kind of want to work out most of the week anyway. I would love to work out every day of the week, but I just think that's very unrealistic personally. But I wanted to give it a try at least. Not sure if I'm gonna set it as an actual goal for myself though. I have one goal, and that is not to die this year. Well, this year is almost over, so good luck. I enjoy writing down a few things I did, a few things I want to do. Wouldn't quite call them goals though. I feel like writing it down and having it, physically somewhere to remind myself that I did set like mini goals at least would be kind of nice. Uh, I don't know if I would call them goals either though, just things that I want to do when I can, but I know that if I don't set like a set schedule for myself like I do with streaming, I probably won't do a lot of these things. So I'm just gonna see how it goes. I might set a few goals for myself, mainly just working out and maybe drawing a bit more because I do want to get back into it, but yeah, we'll see. I also want to get back into reading. I bought all of the books when we were deep in the book talk, and I haven't picked them up yet. I don't know, for some reason, when I'm not streaming or playing something with you guys on Discord, there's not a lot that I do on a daily basis. I just kind of let the days pass by, which is good sometimes, especially when I'm on vacation. Sometimes just doing absolutely nothing can be very calming. But I would like to do more things when I'm not doing anything, if you know what I mean. I feel like I'm just wasting time. Especially this year, I didn't use my time very efficiently. Not that I or anyone has to, but it didn't feel the best knowing that I could have done a lot more things. Like reading, working out, just playing other games too. Like, I've been wanting to play Infinity Nikki ever since I started my vacation, and 2 weeks have passed and I still haven't played it, so I I really need to start doing for stuff for myself. But yeah, I hope that everyone who does write goals for themselves, or just writes down stuff that they want to achieve in the year, or just stuff that they want to do whenever they can, I hope that you guys are able to do that. I know we have one more stream before the year ends, so yeah. I'm not too big on celebrating New Year's Eve, but I do have a friend coming over. We're gonna do, I don't know if this is something that other countries also do. We usually do raclette. There's also raclette cheese. Maybe you guys know that. Basically, you have small little pans that you fill with whatever food you want. For example, we often have potatoes and bread, and then you have like raclette cheese that you put on top. You can also put in mushrooms, olives, whatever stuff you want. Usually it's more veggies and maybe a bit of meat. And then you put everything in a little pan and basically shove it into, how would I describe this? Uh, it kind of works like an oven-ish. There's hot air circulating around the area where you shove the pan in, so things get slowly heated up. But yeah, that's why you also have a section up on top where it's basically an area where you can fry stuff like meat, because you want the meat to be properly cooked through. Of course, you don't want to you don't want to die from food poisoning or eating raw meat. That's not good. Hello, Aki. How are you? Welcome in. But yeah, we do that pretty much every year, I would say. I think most people in Germany do. I'm just not sure if it's a thing outside of Germany or the EU as per usual. I know that other countries have raclette cheese. So I'm guessing that people also do it in other countries. Maybe not so big in the US though. It's pretty good though. That's the one I'm looking forward to the most, just eating raclette. Let me see if I can find a picture of it actually, so you can get a better idea for what it looks like. That's a good picture, I think. Yeah, everything that I see here is German, pretty much. Mm-mm. I'm good, drawing still. And you? I'm doing good. I'm very sleepy, as I barely slept. But I'm doing good otherwise. Okay, let me crop this so it doesn't take up as much space. There we go. This is basically what it looks like. There's different shapes of it, of course, but you can see the little pans sticking out here. And this whole thing is heated up, basically. So the pans, when you shove them in underneath the frying area, everything underneath gets kind of heated up, and it's mostly to melt the cheese over whatever else you have on your pan. And then right on top of here, you have an area where you can fry stuff. And it's very delicious. Very, very good. I have to remember to buy like a couple of mushrooms. Zucchini, I particularly like. What else? Potatoes, of course. And yeah, mostly I just eat bread with cheese. That's all I eat for the pan section. I usually just add like a little slice of baguette bread and put a piece of raclette cheese on top, and it's really good. And whatever else gets fried on top of here. Oh, you know that? Well, you're also from the EU. Yeah, I guess that especially the Netherlands, I think they also do it sometimes. Might not be a tradition like it is here in Germany most of the time, but I think you guys also do it. Necessarily a Christmas thing, but I do that with family every now and then. Oh yeah. This is something that you can do basically any time of the year, but mostly I do it on New Year's Eve, or I'm used to doing it on New Year's Eve. But yeah, this is a thing that you usually do when lots of people are over at your place, because you have lots of space for different pans and stuff. So yeah, usually I only do it for family or bigger gatherings. But yeah, I don't do it on Christmas, but on New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve for sure. Mm-mm. They're very good. Highly recommended if you can get it. It's very good. It's like grilling almost, except you can do it in winter. Yeah, it's very good. Okay, I think I did a pretty good recap of everything that happened right before the end of the stream last night, so I'm not gonna recap everything. If you have specific questions, feel free to ask them, of course, if you don't understand the context. But I won't be recapping everything because I pretty much remember still. The last thing that we did here was talk to Mion and basically ask her if she could switch the curse killing victim this year to Satoko's uncle, and she said that she couldn't. It's a shame that they don't save the text log for the last time that you played. It only saves it for the time that you have it running at the time. So if you close the game, the log is gone, which is a shame, but oh well. I think we still have a lot to go this chapter, but we might have to start another chapter in the middle of the stream too. We'll see how far we get. Alright, maybe I should also, before I start reading, add the trigger warning, just in case. Because I have a feeling it's not gonna be very pleasant to read through these following few chapters. Okay. Myeon said she didn't have much time, but she still brought me to the gate. She said she had a meeting or something today about Sunday's Watanagashi festival, so there would be a lot of people from town council and the festival committee coming. Despite her day being so busy, she still listened to what I had to say.
天に神様がいるならさ、
If there's a God in
きっ
heaven,
とケイちゃんの強い思いは伝わるから。
then he probably understands how strongly you feel.
あ、
Yeah,
今日は変な話をして本当にごめんな。
I'm really sorry for being so weird today. Oh, this is such an awkward situation.
今日の話はなかったことにしてくれていい。
The reason she's staying so calm and not, freaking out is because she knows there's some truth to what he said. You can pretend like this discussion never happened if you want.
Mm.
Okay,
忘れておくよ。
I'll forget about it.
じゃあ
Okay,
明日な。
see you tomorrow.
バイバイ。
I don't trust her. I feel like she's gonna kill me. It would be pretty crazy to have the same person kill you in 2 chapters, but I can see it. I had really only spent a short time with Mion. Talking to her made me think. It was clear that what Takano-san had told me, at least, wasn't a complete fabrication. If Mion was really, really unconnected to the incidents, then she probably wouldn't have listened to me so quietly. Yep. She would have stopped him right then and there, because if there's some truth to what he said, of course she would hear him out. Just to confirm how much he knows and how much Takano told him. She heard me out until I was done without making any quips, and I wanted to think that was proof. I did kind of feel like I was grasping at straws. Of course, thinking back on it, it was a terrible thing to discuss. I mean, I went to my friend's house, called her a serial murderer, and then told her to kill Satoko's uncle. That's... when you lay it out like that, yeah, that's pretty weird. I was the only one talking that whole time. Myeon quietly listened to everything I had to say like a pastor listening to a confession. She could have gotten angry partway through, told me off, and to go wash my face in miso soup. Miso soup? Alright, that's weird. And come back later. But she didn't. Was that proof that Mion's family, the Sonozaki, were the masterminds? Or was she just listening because she felt sorry for me going kind of crazy? I think a little bit of both, probably. I didn't know which it was, but it was the one effort I could make at the moment. It was another form of insurance. Should worst come to worst and the public agency decided to wait and see, it was a completely useless resistance, literally grasping at straws. Sensei said that if she reported it to Child Consultation Center, they'd have to respond on the same day. I don't believe they're gonna react that quickly, especially if it's not an urgent case in their eyes. But we'll see about that. Could they already be in the middle of responding to it now? If Satoko came to school tomorrow morning all energetic, then everything would be just a needless fear. Why couldn't tomorrow come faster? I don't know. I'm kind of scared of it now. Especially since we're only 2 days away from the Watanagashi festival. It's about high time that something bad happens. That night was unusually hot and humid, and I couldn't get to sleep. I said all that to Sensei. They couldn't possibly decide to wait and see again this year. Tatako, what was it like for her tonight? Had she tasted the end of her nightmare, enjoying a night of liberation? I actually put my hands together and prayed into my futon. Rise and shine! Rise and shine, Keiichi!
おはよう、ケイチくん。
I could not go to school with all of that in mind. I couldn't even have fallen asleep. I'm very prone to being in my head when I go to bed. So I have like 1,000 thoughts going through my head at the same time. And just all of this, and then waking up in the morning and going to school and wait to figure out whether or not everything worked out. That takes a lot of strength. Good morning, Keiichi-kun.
おはよ
Morning.
よかった。
Thank goodness.
今日もお寝坊かと思ったよ。
I thought you overslept today too.
昨日はおばさまには先に行ったって言われるし、学校には来ていないし、
Your mom said you'd gone on ahead yesterday and then you weren't at
途
school.
中で日射病で倒れちゃったのかなって心配してたんだから。
I was worried that you had gotten heat stroke halfway there.
う。へいへい。昨日は心配かけて申し訳ございませんでした。
Since she's the only one that properly freaked out on us with the whole demon eyes thing, I'm kind of scared of her still. I'm scared of all of them. I don't trust any of these girlies. Yeah, I'm very sorry for all the worry I caused you yesterday.
Hey, good morning.
Oh, thank you. Can you voice it like this all the time?
みーちゃん、おはよ
Mi-chan, good morning.
う。大丈夫？なんかすっごく眠そうだよ。
Are you alright? You look really tired.
そういえば昨日は遅くまで町会の人が集まっての打ち合わせ会だったんだろ？
Alright, wasn't there a big business meeting with all the people on the town council yesterday?
打ち合わせ会なんて名ばかりの宴会だよ。
They only called it that. It was more like a party.
毎年やってるお祭りだもん。
You have the festival every year, right?
今さら小難しい打ち合わせなんかないし。
We wouldn't have any annoying meetings at this point. You're having a
今日の
party
午後はやっぱりお祭りのお手伝いに行くのかな。
2 days before the festival? That's kind of odd. Are you going to help out with the festival this afternoon then?
うん。
Yep.
バッチャの代わりにいろいろ挨拶しなきゃなんないし。
I have to do a meet and greet with all sorts of people in Grandma's place.
それにね、祭りってのは準備からもう始まってるからね。
Besides, they already started setting up for the festival. Our morning conversation was lighthearted as usual. It looked like Mion had thankfully forgotten about how I barged into her house yesterday with that crazy talk. The more I think back on it, I felt like I'd really said something terrible to her. This is the second time we've said some seriously messed up stuff to her this chapter. I was really thoughtless, and it wouldn't have been weird if she'd yelled at me. It was highly possible Takano-san had exaggerated her story. To think that our comrade and friend Mion The young leader of the Sonozakis, one of the three families effectively controlling Hinamizawa, was pulling the strings behind the serial death incidents, was a little unbelievable. A party, huh? Mm-hmm. What kind of party? And I wonder what the committee consists of. Is it only the three families, or is it also normal citizens? Sounds like a fun party. Why was I not invited? Well, gotta move to Hinamizawa and join the town council. By the way, Sam, what are you cooking for yourself? I would imagine that on a weekend you would order food in, but since you did that yesterday... But if there was even a 1% chance that it was true, then what I said yesterday to Mion might have been a success. Yes, it was no more than 1 in 100. But that little bit of effort might have brought the chances of saving Satoko up by even a tiny bit. At least I'd made that effort. After yesterday ended, I was sure I'd done everything I possibly could. If there was something else I could do, it was probably just to clap my hands and pray that Satoko's uncle would be killed by the curse. But you know, you could also take matters into your own hands and not ask people to kill people for you. Going to book a plane right now? Alright. Do you think Hinamizawa has an airport? I'll take a picture of the food. Ooh, nice, nice.
サトコ、今日は来ているといいな。
I hope Satoko makes it today.
そうだね。
Me too.
先生がいろいろと手配してくれたんでしょ？
Sensei is doing things for her, right?
きっと大丈夫だよ。
I'm sure it'll be fine.
南沢地区の民生委員が私のおばさんなんだけどさ。
Whenever they're like super optimistic that things are going to be fine in Higurashi, they're usually not. So I'm not looking forward to getting to school. My aunt is a welfare agent in the Hinamizawa
ゆう
district.
べ電話して聞いてみたよ。
I gave her a call last night.
へえ、みーちゃんのおばさんって民生委員さんなんだね。
Huh, I didn't know your aunt was a welfare officer. Well, that's convenient.
それで、
What happened?
さとこちゃんのことなんて言ってたの？
Did you tell her about Satoko-chan?
うん。
Yep.
先生があの後直接県の児童相談所に電話してね。
Chie-sensei called the child consultation center right after we talked to her.
児童福祉士が夕べのうちに訪問したらしいよ。
Oh my god, they really did act the same day. A child welfare officer apparently visited before the night was over.
私のおばさんにも今後定期的にアプローチするようにと連絡があったって。
My aunt said that they were going to pay visits at regular intervals from now on. What? What? What's the point of that? I mean, I guess they can still check to see if she's doing okay by going to visit at least. But if it's regular intervals, it's not going to be very efficient.
小難しい話はいいよ。
Enough with the dumb little stuff.
それより、サトコはどうなったんだよ。
I want to know what happened to Satoko.
保護されたのか？
Did they get her safe?
う
That doesn't sound very promising.
おばさんはそこまでは知らされてなかったみたい。
My aunt wasn't informed about it.
本来はこういうのって秘密だからね。
I was supposed to keep this a secret anyway.
おばさんが私に話してくれたのも十分に倫理違反なんだしさ。
Her telling me was a big breach of ethics in the first place.
くそ、かえって不安になったぞ。
Damn, that makes me feel even worse.
行こう、学校に。
Let's get to school. Right. Discussing this more would just make us feel worse. It was far quicker to go to school and see if Satoko was safe or not. The three of us nodded and ran off. Was Satoko safe? What measures had the Child Consultation Center taken? Picture posted. Okay, I'll check it out during that break. So I can get hungry as per usual. Where's the pizza to the pineapple? I don't know. I like pizza with pineapple on top, but I wouldn't say it's a necessity for me. But, you know, if you want a pond pizza with pineapple, go ahead. Gotta eat. I did eat my breakfast at least. That's something. I didn't care what, as long as we could go back to our peaceful life with Satoko today, it didn't matter to me. At the shoe racks at the entrance, Rena took a peek in Satoko's shoe cubby. Please be there.
さとこちゃんの靴あるよ
Ah, that's good. That's good. Ah, Satoko's shoes are here. They're
ケイ
here.
ちゃん、さとこは来てるよ。
Kechan, Satoko came. Oh my god. I don't know if I should be happy or very, very careful with my emotions. I want food too. We should make a cooking stream and everyone that watches is forced to cook something nutritious for them. I rarely order food actually. I cook every day except for Friday and Saturday. Well, isn't today Saturday? Isn't it? It is, right? Hello, La Peanut. Hello, how are you? Welcome in. She's at school, but now I'm more worried. Yeah, same. Thank
来
goodness.
てるだけじゃわからないだろ。
You don't know if anything happened just because she came to
佐藤の
school.
顔を見るまで何もわかるものか。
We can't know anything until we see her face. We trotted towards the classroom. The classroom was lively, as it was usually in the morning.
佐藤どこだ。
Satoko, where are you?
み
That was the saddest meep she's done in a while. I'm alive, how are you? I'm also kind of alive, yes. Was playing DayZ for 4 hours today, which felt like 8 hours, trying to get some loot back. So I'm doing okay. I'm a little bit more awake. It is Saturday, but the ramen place I go to every Saturday for lunch is closed till January 12th, so we cook instead. Okay, right. You did say that you go every week to the ramen shop. Well, I really want to get ramen again. I just went there not too long ago, but I still want to go again. It's just too
こ
good.
こにちゃんといますですよ
Meep, she's right here.
朝っぱらから騒々しいですわね
Ah, she looks good. She looks good. It's too early in the morning to be so
少
loud.
しはお静かになさいませ
Can you please keep it down a bit?
さとこちゃんその大丈夫だった
Satoko-chan, are you okay? All of her friends crowded around Satoko excitedly.
保護士来たんでしょ。
A probation officer came, right?
そのどういう話になったわけ？
How did it go?
呼んだのはどなたですの
All of us collectively? Who was it that called
まっ
them?
たくどんな騒ぎでしたのよ
I swear, it was quite a mess, you know?
先生だよ。
It was the teacher.
あれだけ欠席すりゃ心配もする。
You were absent for so long, of course, she was worried. Satoko said, I told you I'm fine under her breath. She was still trying to overcome all the suffering on her own. No, it's not fine!
私もおじさまもとんだ迷惑でしたのよ
It was a big bother to both me and my uncle.
急にあんなに人に押しかけられてもう
That person just barged in on us suddenly, jeez.
みんなさとこちゃんのこと心配してたんだよ
Everyone was worried about you, Satoko.
迷惑だなんて言わないで
Don't say it was a bother.
ああも
Ah,
う
jeez.
とにかくそれで
Anyway,
どうなったんだよ。
what happened?
どうもこうもしませんわ
Nothing happened. That's not what I want to hear. That's not what I want to hear.
風邪が治ったから学校に来ただけのことですのよ
Ho ho ho. My cold got better, so I came back to school, that's all. On in on us is a wild sentence. Yeah, it was a little difficult to understand what they wanted to say, but yeah.
これからはあんまりお休みして心配をかけないようにしないといけませんわね
I can't take too much time off from now on because then you'll all worry about me. So, TLDR, Uncle got scared that a probation officer came in unannounced, thinking that if she goes to school at least, they won't get suspicious and won't accuse him of abuse. She's still gonna get abused, just less obvious. He's just gonna send her to school, so it's less suspicious. Um, it's not better. Might be worse. It's gonna be less sus, yeah. What was Satoko saying?
おじさんはどうなったの？
What happened to, well, your uncle?
多少誤解があったことを認めて、二人でごめんなさいをしまして。
Oh, he admitted there were some misunderstandings and we both apologized. Rika-chan grabbed the back of my collar and pulled me away.
なんだよリカちゃん。
What is it, Rika-chan? What is happening? If she does get abused, we can see it maybe. If we see any marks on her body, we can report it. I mean, he did see marks on her body the last time we visited her house. There were some marks on her body and she said that she fell down the stairs, which obviously is a lie. It doesn't seem like the officer saw it, and even if they did, probably ended up lying to them anyway. It doesn't seem like they will admit what is going on. I mean, the uncle obviously won't admit what is happening, but Sadako also will not be admitting what is happening. What is it, Rika-chan? Rika-chan silently dragged me all the way into the hallway.
リカちゃん、あれはどういうことだよ。
Rika-chan, what did that mean?
さとこは何でもないと言って追い返してしまいました。
Satoko said nothing was happening and chased them away. This is exactly what we expected to happen. This is exactly what we expected to happen because she can't get it out of her head that she doesn't need to endure this. She's too scared. More like she feels the need that she needs to prove something.
バカ野郎！
That idiot!
なんで？
But why? No, somewhere in my mind I thought it might turn out like this. Satoko didn't ask for anyone's help. She didn't hide behind anyone. She was trying to ride out this pain. She wanted to show Satoshi proof that if he came back to them, she wouldn't need to hide behind him anymore.
だけど監督に聞いた話じゃ、保護士ってのは本人の意思に関係なく緊急保護をすることができるんだろ？
But Coach said probation officers can bring her to safety in an emergency, even if it's against her wishes. Yeah, but it's not an emergency, is it? She was doing relatively okay still, or visibly doing okay, and if she denies everything, it doesn't look like an emergency, so they have no reason to take her away. She feels that this is her only way to show that she will be fine. She thinks that it's her only family as well. Yeah, and that maybe Satoshi will come back, even though how would he know? How would he know?
いくら聡子が虐待を否定したって虐待は事実。
However much Satoko denies the abuse, it's a fact. Chie-sensei finally came. Her expression was far from cheerful.
前原くんの言う通り、
Yes, you're right, Maibara-kun.
児童福祉士は緊急性があると判断すれば職権で緊急保護をすることができます。
If the child welfare officer determines that it's an emergency, they have the right to immediately take them to safety,
当事者の意思に関係なく、
regardless of the affected party's intent.
じゃあどうして？
Then
ど
why?
うして聡子の意思が変に尊重されて保護されないことに？
Why is Satoko's intent being respected so much? It's weird. Why don't they put her into safety?
それに沖宮の相談所もいろいろ検討した末にそういう判断を。
Well, after looking into it from many angles, that's what the Okinomiya Child Consultation Center determined.
なんだよそりゃ！先生、昨日あんた絶対に助けるから大丈夫って言わなかったか？これはどういうことだよ？おかしいじゃねえかよ！おい！
I don't want to tell him to not freak out because he's totally allowed to freak out over this. This is the most frustrating situation he could possibly find himself in. What the hell is that? Sensei, didn't you say it was going to be alright since you definitely save her? What's the meaning of this? This doesn't make any sense. Answer me, damn it!
圭一、実は聡子の児童虐待の通報はこれが3回目なのです。
Keiichi, this is actually the third time someone has reported Satoko's child
過
abuse.
去にも2回あったのです。
It happened twice in the past, too. Doesn't this mean anything? To the probation officers, like, if they have 3 reports in total, that is sus, right? That is weird. You can't ignore that.
フルデさん、
Sensei tried to stop her, but Rika-chan went on speaking anyway.
過去に2度
Twice before?
一昨年の冬に通報して様子見になったって話は聞いてるが、その前にもあったのか？
I heard they decided to wait and see after reporting it to the winter before last, but it happened before then too?
聡子の死んでしまったお父さんは聡子の本当のお父さんではないのです。
Satoko's father who died wasn't her real father. What?
リカちゃん、それがえ？
Rika-chan, that's... what? Okay. 3 separate reports forms a pattern. Exactly, but I guess if it's only 2 from the uncle and aunt and 1 from the adoptive father, and I'm guessing mother related by blood, then it doesn't count as 3 reports from the same people, so it doesn't matter? You need more than just reports? What else do they need then? If fucking... I don't know. I would think that's weird. Something is definitely getting covered up if we keep getting reports over someone getting abused, but every time we go there, we establish that nothing is wrong. That's weird. This is concerning enough, and yet there's 3, and yet she's still not taken to safety. Yeah, that's what I mean. This is so odd. I understand that that's maybe not how they work, but like, come on. There's a pattern starting. They can formulate a more well-established reason to intervene. But like, how many reports do they need? What more do they need? Do they need to see her like actually physically hurt to finally intervene? Isn't it too late by then? This is very... This is so aggravating. I'm stunned at the sudden revelation. I had no idea what Rika-chan wanted to tell me, but it seemed really important, so I couldn't get a word in either.
聡子のお母さんは再婚なのです。
Satoko's mother remarried.
聡子と聡はお母さんの連れ子で、お父さんとは血はつながっていなかったのです。
She brought Satoko and Satoshi with her, so they weren't related by blood to their father. Satoshi was a good kid, one who listened politely to what adults told him. He was immediately welcomed by their new father and was loved. But Satoko was different. She was rebellious, she told lies, she played pranks. Her stepfather didn't like her at all. What?
つまりどういうことだよ？
So, what do you mean?
聡子はおじ夫婦に預けられる以前の家族の時もあまり良好な家族関係ではなかったのです。
Even before she was given to their uncle and his wife, Satoko didn't have a very good relationship with her family. Of course, her stepfather didn't have any malicious intent at the start. At first, he must have worked hard to get his new daughter to accept him. But the young Satoko didn't make any efforts at all towards that end. She was distant towards her stepfather and never opened her heart to him even a little. She just got on his nerves all the time with seemingly forced lies and pranks. Her father's discipline and punishment must have been loving at first. Of course, but that too faded quickly.
私はその時はひなみ沢にいなかったからよく知
That
らないけ
is
れど
that is so messed up. Just because when you marry someone who has kids, you cannot expect them to accept you. It doesn't say how long he tried. But what? This is no reason to abuse a kid just because they're not showing you the love that you expect out of them. We don't even know how much time passed. This could have been over the span of a couple of months. We don't know how long his measures were quote-unquote loving or well-meant. Very spiteful town could use this to remove someone's kid unfairly. It's super complicated. It is, of course, but come on. I can see how it could be abuse, and I get why that is not the way that it works, but there's obviously something wrong. If they would take the time to, like, maybe physically examine her, maybe they would find something. That is why this sucks. Reports lead more to investigations. They need real actual proof, and both parties denying it and saying it's a misunderstanding makes it even harder for them to act. I get it. It's just very frustrating. It's not as easy as I'm making it out of my head, I know, but it doesn't help. It doesn't help. My internet died. The deity is trying to stop me. Well, you have to be stopped somehow, you know? Your internet is too strong. You really blame Satoko? She's so young and not everything is accepted? Yeah, it's not like a parental figure leaving your life and someone that you don't know entering your life and forcing to have the same relationship with them as you did with the previous party that left. It's not that easy. It's rarely a smooth sailing when you marry into a family that has kids. At most like 2 to 3 years. I wish I could explain how it feels, but it's hard. It feels so frustrating. And this is a fictional story too. This is all fictional. But the fact that this happens in real life too is what makes this really hard to swallow. This is the realest, or like the closest chapter that we've had it's like the closest to reality, you know what I mean? The others were like relatively far away, they had abstract concepts. They were still applicable to real life, but this one just hits the hardest because it's the easiest to relate to. I don't know, because I wasn't in Hinamizawa at the
昨
time,
日電話で初めて知りました
but I learned this on the phone yesterday.
先生が聞いたのはどんな話ですか？
What story did you hear, Sensei?
さとこちゃんが両親特に義理のお父さんを陥れるのを目的に嘘の話を作って
That Satoko-chan wanted to trick her parents, especially her stepfather. So she made up a false
自
story
分で生活相談所に電話したって
and phoned the child consultation center herself. Oh, oh no. Oh no. Well, now we know why they're very careful with acting upon anything that is reported on Satoko's abuse, because they will think that it's a trick again. It's the same old story of tell too many lies and no one will believe you. It's really hard to swallow, especially when all you literally can do is nothing. It's just terrible. You feel very powerless, which is why I can totally understand Keiichi or anyone else in this chapter completely losing their cool. I know very well about not acclimating to a new friend slash partner entering one of my parents' lives. I can totally understand. I personally didn't have that happen to me with um a parental figure, but I've had that happen with step siblings actually. So it's very difficult to act in a way that makes everyone happy while maintaining your own happiness. It is very difficult to adjust. Well, this definitely hurt her credibility.
自称と作り話
She made up a story about hurting herself.
サトコは嫌いなお父さんを追い払うため嘘の電話をしたのです。
Satoko made a phone call to try and get rid of the father she hated. Child welfare officers rushed there and heard the story. Her father genuinely apologized for a few times when he had gone too far and agreed to let the child welfare center give him coaching. Man, this guy seemed like a kind person in the beginning. Like, he truly just wanted to build a relationship with her, trying to force it, maybe, but he tried. At least from what we're reading right here. He seems to have made some kind of effort. Couldn't influence those things much? Yeah, when you're a kid or a teen, you're powerless, which is the exact situation that they're finding themselves in right now. This is very relatable, yeah. If it gets too much, you know, always feel free to skip this, but I guess if you're here, that means you're okay. But yeah, just pay attention to how you're feeling.
いろいろと関係機関が調べた結果ね。
Related agencies looked into it quite a bit.
ギフとサトコちゃんの心のすれ違いに原因があることは分かったんだけど、
They determined that Satoko-chan and her stepfather's hearts not being quite matched up was the cause of the incident.
それ以上にサトコちゃん自身に問題があることが分かったの。
But they found another problem above that with Satoko-chan.
サトコに問題って何です
Problem with Satoko? What was it? Satoko's mother, there were a few times where she had lived with de facto husbands, though those relationships didn't result in remarriage. From a young age, Satoko had been forced to call at least 2 or 3 people her father. At some point, Satoko's pranks escalated. She would spill food on purpose, turn over her plate, and even throw it. She would break the windows in the neighborhood and shoplift candy. She would put thumbtacks everywhere and set other traps to seriously hurt people. Yep, we've seen those. That makes sense. It wasn't exaggerated. These could really seriously injure people, so it wasn't just, you know, a funny thing that they were playing with in the tips. It was purposefully built to hurt other people. She was lashing out. She was truly rebellious. For, you know, an understandable reason, but this makes it very difficult. This right here is why it's so hard for welfare officers to do anything immediately. If kids or person in question does this, it makes anything this person says much harder to do anything. Yep. She hurt her own credibility with everything that she did. That doesn't mean that it wasn't understandable. What she has been doing, lashing out and everything, is very understandable. It's just a shame that it ends up hurting her in the long run. She just wants to be heard, exactly. But what can you do? In the end, she made a fake phone call. She reported something that wasn't true. They can't help her. Not like this, anyway. Not in the way she did now, just to get laughs. She was also fond of telling lies that would be found out right away, and people got mad at her every time. But she never ever changed her behavior.
サトコちゃんのことを問題児なんて思わないでね。
Please don't think Satoko-chan was a problem
こ
child.
れは幼いサトコちゃんが母親を知らない男に取られまいとして取った自衛的な行為なの。
Satoko-chan was young, and those were acts of self-defense that she took so these unknown men wouldn't take her mother from her. Hi, Mooney! Thanks for stopping by. Have a good rest. And yes, everyone, please check out Mooney. Yes, yes, yes. All I would have taken was for someone to notice and just listen to her. That's it. What Rika's doing basically. Pretty much, yeah. Always nice to catch your stream. Aw, thank you. I can only say the same things to you. So yeah, everyone should totally check out Mooney. She is very comfy even when she says she isn't. Still check her out. She is the comfiest streamer I know, probably. Seems like this plan was a bust. I suspect someone is going to do something drastic very soon. Yep, and I think that someone is us, Keiichi. Really super comfy, can confirm. Exactly. See, now you have two people telling you. She's not really a bad kid. She's just being any kid that's mad at people. Yeah, she's just lashing out because of her situation. It's completely understandable, though it doesn't help in this situation in the slightest, of course. In regards to Satoko's problematic behavior, child psychology experts from public institutions indicated her actions were draw her mother's attention to herself. Yeah, we did establish already before that all of what she's been doing with the with the traps was to attract attention. Oh, my cat is jumping on the table. Keiichi is gonna go all hero white knight and make things worse. Probably. That's what's gonna put us in a very not good situation, I'm guessing. Take care, Mooney. Rest up well. Welcome to the stream, cat. Yes, exactly. Thanks for stomping on the table. They acknowledged that she had a form of harmful emotional trauma and declared that she needed counseling and therapy from professionals. They didn't know whether that therapy had healed the wounds in her heart.
さとこちゃんはわざと体に傷を作り、お父さんに虐待を受けているとね。自分で通報してお父さんを追い出そうとした。
Satoko-chan purposefully hurt herself and told them that she was being abused by her stepfather in an attempt to chase him out.
でも結局貞子をいじめてたわけだろ、その義父は。
But in the end, her stepfather did abuse her, right?
いいえ。
Nope.
虐待の話は全部さとこちゃんの作り話だった。
All of the abuse had been made up by Satoko-chan. Oh. But didn't Mion say that even her parents treated her poorly? I mean, she didn't say abuse straight up, so I guess her mother ignoring her and ignoring her needs could be seen as some form of, you know, bad treatment, but not necessarily abuse. I don't remember exactly what Mion said anymore, but she did say that they treated her like shit. Emotional abuse? Yeah. It might have also been unwanted emotional abuse, you know, accidental emotional abuse. By the mother being overwhelmed or just having other worries and stuff. But yeah, could be.
義理のお父さんはもちろん少し感情的な叱り方をしてしまったかもしれないけど、逸脱しているほどではなかったの。
Her stepfather, of course, may have scolded her in a somewhat emotional way, but it was nothing out of the ordinary. Satoko had lied to chase away her stepfather. And they saw through her right away and found out that Satoko had issues.
あ、ひょっとしてそのせいで一昨年の冬は様子見に。
Oh, could it be That's why the winter before last, they decided to wait and see?
はい、
Yes.
児童相談所にちゃんと昔の記録が残ってましたですから。
This probably adds to why she thinks she deserves this, right? Because she thinks that she lied before and it caused this whole thing. And now when she needs help, they won't come to help her and she thinks it's her own fault, right? She learned this by calling them on herself the last time. Alright, we have 2 snoozes. I'm actually gonna use one. It's part of her trauma. It is. She thinks she messed it up. She messed up actually being able to get help. And this is now what she deserves because she lied back then and caused all of these issues. That makes it even worse, alright. Perfect. The Child Consultation Center had all their past records.
さとこの嘘の可能性もあるから慎重にということになりましたのです。
So they needed to act carefully in case Satoko was lying.
なんだよそれ。
What the hell?
つまりなんだよ。
So what?
サトコは嘘をつくかもしれないから慎重に。
Satoko might be telling a lie, so they needed to be careful.
だから様子を見ろってことになってんのかよ。
So how does that mean they just end up waiting and seeing?
狼と羊飼いさんなのです。
It was the girl who cried wolf. That fable. Yep, this is the one that I was thinking of too, unfortunately. About telling a lie once, making others unwilling to believe you later.
ふざけんなよ。
That's bullshit.
昔のことなんか全然無関係だろ。
The past has nothing to do with this, does it?
今現在起こっている事実だけが重要なんだろうが。
Only what's really happening right now is important.
サトコはおじに虐待されている。
Satoko is being abused by her
ど
uncle.
うしてその事実が昔の出来事で歪められなきゃならねえんだよ。
Why is something that happened in the past getting in the way of helping her now? Because what I can imagine is that the Child Consultation Center, of course, being there to help children in need, also needs to be careful of not ruining people's reputation. You can't ruin someone's whole life by labeling them an abuser. You will ruin someone's actual life if you false accuse someone of being an abuser. So of course, while it is unfortunate, I think it is also part of their responsibility to make sure that someone doesn't get falsely accused with something that could ruin the rest of their lives. Although it is sucky because that means she can't currently get any help, or not the help that she needs anyway. I can imagine that being part of the reason. Neither Sensei nor Rika-chan had anything to say to that.
とにかくそれを慎重に判断するために保護士さんが昨日訪れましたのです。
That is a permanent label to live with, basically, yeah. That is not something that you easily get rid of. So they need to be careful. Especially if this was someone that, you know, already made an attempt to basically ruin someone's reputation. Anyway, yesterday a probation officer visited to carefully determine what was going on. And Sadako dealt with them, put on the best, strongest smile she could manage and denied the abuse. Of course, she was probably being threatened to keep quiet about it by her uncle. Sadako was trying to outlast everything without asking for help. Sadako wanted to wait for Satoshi to come back home, and she outright denied the truth of the abuse. What an idiot. What? You're not really enduring it. You really think pretending like this will actually bring Satoshi back? Just stop it already. Fake accusation is devastating to everyone involved. Oh yeah, for sure. Not just the person getting labeled an abuser, but, you know, people will see you in a different light if they think you have been abused before. And you will be labeled, of course, also the victim of abuse and things like that. Everyone involved is just gonna, yeah, have a pretty shitty time. Which is why they're being extra careful, I can imagine. Satoshi, he abandoned you. And the fact that he hasn't shown up to save you now is proof, isn't it? So just stop it. Please stop being weird and pretending to endure it.
今した話は全部忘れるように。
Forget everything we just said. How could he?
いいですね。
Understand?
他の子に喋ったら先生怒りますからね。
If you tell anyone else, your teacher will be very mad with you. Chie-sensei gave me a warning, then left to go back to the teacher's lounge.
ケイチ、
Well, that was a situation. I do think Oishi knows to some degree what's been going on. He surely has this figured out, but he hasn't acted for Satoko. I don't think Oishi is necessarily investigating this abuse. He's investigating the murder of the aunt, since he thinks that Satoshi killed her. I don't think Oishi cares about Satoko one bit. It was? Yeah, what a truth to learn. Oh, that makes everything much more complicated. It makes all of the efforts that they have put in so futile. How do they expect Keiichi to be quiet? Yeah, first of all, this is a highly emotional situation, and this is Keiichi. They should know about this. He's investigating everything? No. I'm not sure if he's investigating the abuse. We did get confirmation that he's investigating the murder of the aunt, even though there was a killer that was found for it. I think we got confirmation in one of the tips saying that he's still looking into Satoshi being the possible murderer for their aunt. She probably knows about this abuse for sure. He might even have more evidence to back things up, but since his job is to look into the aunt's death, he has zero care for Satoko. He's doing what he does best, thinking for himself. It's not even his job. The case is already closed. The case is closed. Oishi is, as per usual, going after his own delusions, as he has been every chapter. Except the other chapters, it was about the curse killings and everything, and now it is, well, it is still, you know, connected to the curse killings, but it is mostly to investigate Satoshi. For whatever reason. I'm not sure why he's looking into him in the first place. Dude is gone. Keiichi's the last person you would want to trust with secrets. Yeah, especially when he's in a highly emotional state right now. Where the hell is Oishi? Anyway, wasn't he trying to get a hold of Satoko? Yeah, he didn't come back ever since the day that he came to school. Maybe we're summoning him by talking about him. He could very easily intercept her. He could. Maybe by Irie chasing him off, he has decided to stay away for a bit. Him being gone is why, probably? You mean Satoshi? Yeah. He probably doesn't believe that Satoshi just ran away. He thinks someone is hiding him. I think that's why he also wants to talk to Satoko. I think they implied that in the tip, that she might be hiding him somewhere, or knows where he could be hiding out. Keiichi has a big mouth. It's why Oishi goes to Keiichi to get that info. Get him to... I think the same thing. Yep, I think they pretty much confirmed it in one of the tips. If I can find it after the chapter, we can look at it. Yes, exactly. That's Keiichi. They should make a sprite for him that's just... Okay, but there's an ad break coming in 50 seconds, and since this is a nice break with Chie-sensei leaving us alone with Rika, I think this is a good stop to make to take a little ad break. Yeah. Since we don't even have a choice. So let me quickly bring up the chibi. There you go. If you need to rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, feel free to do that right now. Okay, I am back. I think ads are over? Yes, okay. Hope you guys were able to take a quick break too. Maybe Oishi is gonna task Keiichi something again, and he complies because Oishi can change things? I mean, their relationship in this chapter is awful. It is awful. I don't think... Maybe if Keiichi is desperate enough, but their relationship this chapter is awful. Also, enjoy your dinner, Toonie. Keiichi spilling secrets. Too much salt and curry. In your curry? It looked really good. There's never too much salt. That only means you need more water. But yeah, I'll come back to you too. Let me sit a little differently. Okay, here we go. I'm already yawning even though I haven't been awake for that long. My goodness. Oh, not your curry when they did the curry battle. Hasatoko added too much salt in the curry. Oh yeah, I remember. It's... when was that? Was that last chapter? I think so. Keiichi.
さとこのことをかわいそうな子なんて思わないでくださいです。
Please don't think Satoko is a pathetic, pitiful girl.
さとこはしっかり生きていますです。
She's living life.
さとこは
She's...
そんなの分かってる。俺たちのかけがえのない仲間だ。
I know that. She's our irreplaceable friend.
さとこはまだ頑張っています。
Satoko is still trying her best. I like that we're yelling this in the hallway where she can surely hear us. Keiichi's bad experiences from previous lives really got something stuck in his head, like he's bad news. Something like that, yeah. But also the fact that we got told that he's somehow Oyashiro-sama's servant. I wonder if they're gonna, clear that up.
もう少し見守ってあげましょうです。
Let's watch over her a little longer.
相談所の人が今後も定期的に訪問すると言ってるのです。
The person from the consultation center said they'd visit periodically from now on.
大変なことになったらすぐに助けてくれますよ。
If something terrible happens, they'll help her right away.
大変なことになった後だ。
Yeah, but only after it happens. Any more than that would have sounded like I was picking a fight, so I firmly swallowed my next words and went back to the classroom. Erika looks pissed too. For good reason. Mian and Rena were talking to Satoko like they always did. It was a silly conversation. A humorous, even fun one. It was like any old day. If Satoko really said she could still endure it, then maybe I should do as Rika-chan said and watch over her. Maybe whatever help I offer will just go unwanted. This is why it's so important to talk to the people involved, right? You don't want to do something like this, where you are going against their wishes. Because you're gonna be very unhappy with the results.
さて、お昼でございますわね。
And so is the person affected by this is also gonna be. Why is it so loud today? Let me turn down the volume a little bit. For me, at least. Feel free to let me know if the music is a bit loud. Okay, why don't we all have lunch?
みー5人揃ってのお昼は久しぶりだね。
It's been a while since it's been all 5 of us.
やっぱりこうじゃないとダメだよね。
This really is how it has to be.
まったく同感同感。
Music is good? Okay, thank you. Here,
ほ
here.
らほらケイちゃんも
Come on, you too, Kei-chan.
机寄せて。
Bring your desk over. Satoko brought her own desk over as well, grinning broadly. I don't know, this sudden shifted mood is making me feel even more uneasy. Even knowing nothing had been resolved, this exchange was pleasant and made me remember how fun it used to be.
いつまでもリカにお弁当を作ってもらっては悪いですわね。
I can't have Rika making a bento for me forever.
いいのですよ。
I don't mind.
さとこのお弁当を作るのは僕の楽しみなのです。
I have fun making your bento. Rika-chan's such a good girl. Having such a good friend must be so
僕
reassuring.
に大きなハンバーグを入れて、
I put the big steak in
さ
mine.
とこには焦げたのを入れて、
And the burned one in Satoko's? Wow.
さとこだけかわいそうかわいそうでみぱーん。
The expressions change mid-sentence is perfectly timed. So if it was just Satoko, it would be so sad, so very sad. Nipa! I really wanna... What's going to happen? Well, nothing good. I have no idea where this is gonna go. Because the best, she is something. I feel like Satoko is gonna crack under the pressure at the worst possible moment. Either that or something even worse happens that I don't really want to talk about. I take it back. Well, she's Rika-chan after all.
ほらほら見て見て。
Hey, come on, look.
今日はほらオムライスなんだよ。
I've got omelet rice today.
マッシュルームとか美味しそうだよね。だよね。
Mushrooms and stuff are delicious, delicious. How? I really want to try omuraisu. It sounds so delicious, but it looks like a lot of work.
いつもながらお見事なお手前でございましたよ。
I say it every time, but your craftsmanship is
い
splendid.
つお嫁に行ってもおかしくない腕前ですわね。
You could become a wife whenever and not have a problem.
お嫁お嫁お嫁
Ah, wife, a wife.
お嫁を食べると
Eating a wife? Hmm?
は
Huh?
エナにお嫁は NG ワードだね。
Using the word wife is totally forbidden around Rena. Yeah, for good reason, I can
以
see.
後控えるように。
Please don't say it again.
ほんのちょっぴり反省しましたよ。
I'll think about what I've done a little.
ところでミオンの弁当はなんだよ。
By the way, what's in your lunch, Mion?
今日のはまた趣が違って期待大だな。
It looks different again today. We're all waiting in anticipation.
おじさんはまったりと夕べのおかず詰め合わせね。
Eating a what? A wife? I'm not sure what she meant by that. It's a rich assortment of side dishes left over from what my uncle brought last night.
煮物がいい感じなんだよ。
The stew looks really great,
ほ
huh?
ら、大根の色はかなりいいでしょ。
The color of the radishes too, really good, right?
わあ、美味しそうなのです。
Wow, it looks delicious.
煮物は一晩寝かせてからが真骨頂だな。
Stew tastes best when it's left overnight. So does curry. My goodness, curry left overnight just gets so much more flavorful.
これはかなりいけそうだ。
This looks like it would be really good.
よってサトコの分はなし。
And so there'll be none left for Satoko.
俺が全部食って感想を聞かせるから黙って見てろ。
I'll eat it all and tell you what I think, so just be quiet and watch.
なんですって？
What was that?
私の分もおよこしなさいな。
Hand over my portion too. Oh my goodness. Elbow, punch, headbutt. I'll use my knees too. Oria! Hello. You're awfully close.
密着距離まで入れば私の有利は動きませんわね。
At close range like this, my advantage is unwavering.
ケイチさんの分のお大根が実に美味しいですわ。
Keiichi-san, the daikon in your portion tastes really good.
くしょう。バトル開始時から密着でいきなりコンボとは。
Damn it, coming right for me from the start and using a combo attack. Curry and stew overnight. Oh, I really can't wait to eat curry again. It's so good. Surprised Keiichi hasn't gone mental on them yet. Well, there's still a couple more chapters to go, don't worry. I like when I make curry dish, I actually make it a day before and leave it in the fridge for the next day. It is so good. Now I really want curry. Hello, Amadis. Hello, how are you? Con Spooky nano desu. Hello. What happened so far? Not much. We left Mion's house. Basically, well, nothing changed. She can't change the curse killing victim for this year. That stayed the same, pretty much. But we did learn that a probation officer ended up visiting Satoko's house. We came to school. Satoko's obviously here, as we can see. We had a talk with Chie-sensei and Rika, and we learned that Satoko apparently had a probation officer visit 3 times in total. The very first time, it was her who called it on her stepfather. But her stepfather didn't actually abuse her. She just wanted to get rid of him because she was lashing out because, of course, she's a kid that is going through a lot of changes due to her mother having a lot of different partners for unknown reasons. And yeah, due to lashing out and trying to get rid of him, basically she called them. They realized, oh, she is lying. And didn't end up taking any measures, of course, because she was lying. Aside from that, she also has been known to cause a lot of trouble. The traps that she has been building have actually been super, super dangerous with a purpose to seriously injure people. She has been shoplifting, she has been breaking windows in the neighborhoods and stuff, you know, good old Lorena style. And yeah, basically all of that is hurting her credibility, and that is why they choose to watch and wait because of Satoko's history. That was what we just learned, basically. A lot of sadness. A lot of frustration. So yeah, now we're back in the classroom, hanging out with them, eating lunch. How humiliating. This little exchange, how long had it been? It looked like they'd ended up going with the wait-and-see approach, but maybe her uncle had realized he'd gone a little too far and would dial it back now. If her treatment improved a little, would that be a good thing? Satoko was grinning wider than I'd ever seen as she chomped down on her mouthful of the daikon she'd plundered from me. Did it really taste that good? Oh. What is this image? Satoko was somewhat cute like that? Huh? And just as I'd done many times, I grabbed her head and started petting it. Huh?
さとこちゃん
It was so sudden that for a moment, I didn't know what had happened. The back of my hand was stinging. I went to pet Satoko's head, and then she hit my hand?
どうしたの、さとこ。
What's wrong, Satoko? Oh. Oh no. Well, this was bound to happen. I was like, oh, is this image just an accident? Was it the wrong image? This is such a happy scene. Why did they choose this image of her? And, well, now we know. Yeah, she is, she probably has some kind of injury on her head. And it's painful. That's what I'm guessing right now. And as Keiichi wanted to pet her on the head, she wanted to avoid feeling the pain, and she didn't know how to communicate that other than pushing him away, hitting his hand away. Done with Lies of P after 30 hours? Congrats! Hope you had a good time playing it. How is Satoko doing today? Hello, Neko. Hello, welcome in. Yeah, we just, we learned a lot of sad stuff. She has been lashing out a lot as a kid, and due to that, her credibility suffered a lot. And that's the reason why her getting help from, you know, law enforcement of any kind or, official officers is very difficult. And it was just very happy for a second here. Things seem to have returned to normal, and it seems that she has an injury, and I don't know. Things just got really odd for a second, so I would say Satoko is doing pretty bad. I hope you're doing better. His hand reminded her of something more violent, sinister. Either that or she has an injury, but yeah. Either of the two. Looked like she was fainting. I presume she has major head trauma or something to that degree. I think she needs to go to the hospital. She has had that expression on her face many times, especially, when the abuse was ongoing, like when we were at her uncle's place, for example. So I'm not sure if she looked like she was about to faint, but guessing from how she was devouring the food, I would guess that she is being, you know, forbidden to eat. Because she sure likes to flex his experiences as a social worker. Yeah, he has to show the ins and outs of it. He's using this chapter to really guide us through how difficult a situation like this is. And I like it. It is very disturbing, and a lot of horror elements are just real life stuff, which is kind of amazingly written. Also, hello, Julius! Hello, how are you? Come in! Satoko was scratching at her head as though a pimple or something had appeared on it and become itchy. It was so sudden and so unprovoked that I didn't understand what happened.
どうしたサトコ
What's wrong, Satoko? At some point, her body had been covered in a thin layer of sweat and her breathing had turned ragged. When I pet her head, did she not like it? Was that what it meant?
お前頭撫でられるの嫌いだったっけ
Hey, did you dislike being petted? Once again, slowly, I held out the palm of my hand and brought it close to Satoko's head. Why would you do this? Why would you trigger another traumatic response from her? Why? Why would you do this? I like how he gives the focus to the minute elements of how social work functions. He's been going into a lot of detail, and I really like it. This is by far one of the most interesting chapters because it's just so well written. I really like it. It's horrible, of course, everything that is happening here, but it's so well written. Ugh, real horror isn't curses and demons, it's child abuse, for sure. What is this game, and why they do a cry? How do you explain Higurashi? This is a visual novel, so there's a lot of reading, basically only reading. It's a horror visual novel, and it has 8 chapters in total, 4 question arcs and 4 answer arcs. We have played 2 so far. This is the 3rd one. The other 2 had a very big focus on curses and demons and cults and all of that stuff, paranoia, and indoctrination. And this one is, unfortunately, of course those elements are still there, but it's also about child abuse. So yeah, we're in the middle of trying to help out a friend who is being abused by their uncle. That is the best I could do without going into crazy detail. Has the Watanagashi festival happened yet? I think it is one more day away. We are currently on Saturday, and it is on Sunday, so tomorrow in-game time. Society do be horrifying. Yep, And Ryukishi is doing a great job displaying it here. Asrim Keiji said it's so difficult to save just one person, and this might be the thesis statement for this arc, I think. Yep. That was a pretty good statement. It is incredibly difficult for these kids, especially, even with the help of adults, to get one singular person the help that they need. Sale think it's about friendship is magic. I mean, friendship is strong, and they're definitely displaying huge amounts of, you know, working together as friends and as a team. Most of the time, anyway, in this chapter, but it still isn't enough, which is terrifying. The most emotional, hurtful chapter to exist. I think it's gonna be it's gonna be really bad. It's gonna be really bad. Our friendship and anime, we can conquer everything. I don't know if that holds so true, but we can hope. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, the instant the palm of my hand touched her head, there was a shock like static electricity, and Satoko began to howl. Yep. Mm. She grabbed my arm in both hands, and as if flinging off a snake trying to cling to her, as if trying to throw away something dirty, she threw it violently. It happened too suddenly for me to react. I hit the desk behind me, and both it and I fell to the floor. The classroom fell deathly silent. Oh my god, that was horrible. I did not need to hear her screaming like that again. Thank you so much. What a great time to uninstall the mod to not have voice acting in it anymore. Thank you. This stage of the chapter, I'd find it really weird if one of the girls kills Keiichi. Honestly, I don't see it going that way either, but I have no idea where this is going to end up going. It hit me like a truck. That was not great. Satoko, I mean, it was great voice acting, but it sent something through my body that I didn't like. As Satoko bellowed, it sounded like she was in the throes of death, and she unsteadily backed away. Then she threw up the food she'd just eaten. She vomited it all back up. The sound of Satoko's vomit hitting the floor rang through the classroom.
大丈夫かよ、サトコ。具合でも。
Are you okay, Satoko? You seem sick. I reached out a hand and she swatted it away with all her might. With such extreme strength that I fell onto the floor again. Satoko put both hands on her head as though protecting it, groaned some more, and took a few steps back. And then she began swinging both hands around. Students in nearby seats were forced to evacuate. She grabbed anything within reach, bento boxes, chairs, threw them, tossed them, and flung them about.
ちょっとやめなよ、サトコ。
Oh my goodness. Get someone in here. Get her some help. Like, right now. Someone needs to get anyone. Just got done with eating, so that's a mute for me. Yep, please mute if this is too much. 100% understand. She's being starved eating food will cause this to happen. I think she's in major pain or she's experiencing some kind of massive trauma episode. An adult, she needs some kind of teacher to get her some serious help right now. Wait, stop it, Satoko.
あんた、どうしちゃったの？
What's wrong with you? She screamed out as if Mion's words had caused her physical pain. No one spoke a word to her. All the students were withdrawing behind us, leaving Satoko alone in the corner of the classroom. Around her, there were desks and chairs all over the floor. Bento lay scattered. It was terrible. All I could hear was Satoko's ragged breaths and the voices of the cicadas. I'm sorry. The strings of tension loosened around Satoko, and maybe she suddenly grew scared of her own actions because she started trembling and gave a word of apology. But nobody knew just who that apology was directed towards. So, for now, I decided to answer as everyone's representative.
いや、そっちこそ大丈夫か？
Hmm. Yeah, they're just. I understand that they're shocked, but someone with some sense of responsibility needs to get someone to help her out. Like Mion or something as a class president. Like, go right now? Oh, no, it's fine. Are you alright?
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Isn't the teacher there right now? It's lunchtime, so the teacher is in the teacher's lounge, unfortunately. But they should have heard the flinging of the chairs and everything. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Our words didn't match each other at all. Satoko hugged her shoulders, and back she went. She ran into the locker with the cleaning supplies in it. Even that made her give a little yelp. The impact caused the bucket atop the locker to fall, making a loud sound, and that scared Satoko most of all. She almost jumped out of her skin, grabbing a bunch of the curtain in her hands. Nobody spoke to her. They could only look, not even remembering to blink. Hello? Can we get a teacher in here, please? What is happening? Can we get, like, help? Help the poor girl? I wish I could! Sorry, with them knowing what they do, why the hell are they not around to keep an eye on her and the class? What is happening? Why do they not get a teacher in here to help? I know that, yeah, I agree that she should be monitored better, but I mean, I understand it's only one teacher, and she also wants a lunch break, right? But please, like, get her here right now. I think Mion is the best person to talk and calm Satoko down when she can. They need to get Chia in here. I don't think anyone but a professional can handle this situation properly right now. Yeah, they're kids. They don't know what to do in this situation. They're shocked, which is why I'm surprised personally that they did not get an adult in here. Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It wasn't me, it wasn't me. Satoko, what on earth? I stood up, took a step away from everyone, and approached Satoko.
何があったんだ？
What happened?
だから
I said,
私知らないです。私知らないです。
oh no, I don't know.
違うからもう嫌です。やめてください。許して許して。
She's saying sorry to her uncle? Sure is. I think I know this, what this is referring to. Probably to what happened last night when the person from the child consultation office came to visit. He probably completely freaked out on her.
落ち落ち着けよ
Just calm down.
サトコ俺がわかるか
Satoko, do you know who I am?
もうやだもうやだ嫌です嫌です
No more, no more. I hate this. I hate this. Every time I took a step forward, she grabbed the curtains more tightly and cried out,
サトコ俺だよケイチだ
Satoko, it's me. It's Keiichi.
わかんないのか
Don't you recognize me?
お前に危害なんか加えない
I would never, ever hurt you.
だから落ち着けって
Come on, calm down.
大丈夫だ俺はお前の味方だって
It's alright. I'm your friend.
助けて助け怖いのやだ気持ち悪いのやだやだああ
Suddenly, my shoulders were grabbed and I was dragged backward. It was Rena.
ごめんケイチくん
Sorry, Keiichi-kun.
ケイチくんはちょっと後ろに行ってて
You get a little farther back. Oh my goodness. After pulling me back, she ran towards Satoko and my place.
大丈夫だよさとこちゃんもう怖いことなんかないよ
It's okay, Satoko-chan. There's nothing to be scared
ほ
of.
ら安心して
Please, don't worry.
やだやだやだもうやだやだでもやだにーにーにーにー助けてにーにー助けてよ
I'm still surprised that there's no teacher coming in here anytime soon. As she gripped the curtains and kept calling for Nini, she continued to wail about being forgiven for something and to be saved from something. What is this? Myeon gnashed her teeth and groaned. There were tears falling from her firmly closed eyes.
どうなってんだよこれ
What the hell? What is this?
昨日で全部終わったんじゃないのか
Didn't all this come to an end yesterday? Well, they did say that the last time a probation officer, is that the right word? You know what I mean. The people from the child consultation center came to visit, things got worse. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that after last night, things got even worse. For whatever reason, that is still possible.
今日からまた元の生活に戻っていくんじゃないのか
Weren't we supposed to go back to our old lives?
ミオミオ
Things had to get worse before it will get better. This is pretty bad. There was a crazy sound. Then I had taken the cleaning supply locker and kicked it down to the ground. Everyone stood surprised at Rena's unexpected act of brutality. After that, Rena embraced the bawling Satoko from behind and started crying with her, stifled.
レナどうした
Rena, what's wrong? How do you not get this?
ごめん
Sorry.
ケイチくんちょっと黙ってて
Keiichi-kun, be quiet for a minute. Yeah, just shut up, man.
今のはなんだよ
What is it
ど
now?
うしたんだよ
What happened?
サトコから何か聞いたのか
What did Satoko tell you?
何を聞いたんだよ
What did you hear?
サイナー
Shut the hell up!
黙ってろって言ってんでしょ。
I told you to shut your mouth, asshole! Shit is going down. Rena's raw, hostile emotion hit me like a brick. It was no more than a momentary howl of emotion for Rena, but it was more than that for me. She had shown me what was behind all that emotion, what was in her heart.
さとこちゃん。やだやだやだやだ。もうやだやだやだ。許して。何もできなかった私たちを許して。
I mean, he's just concerned for her. I understand why he's freaking out and he wants to know what is happening right now, but he needs to understand when to just, shut up. Hi, River. How are you? Let me at least give you a shout out, even though it's a really horrible situation. Keiichi needs to learn to shut up. Yeah. I don't agree with calling him an asshole. He's just concerned, but he needs to be quiet for a second. Forgive us. We couldn't do anything for you. Forgive us. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Forgive us for being unable to do anything. Rena's words made me feel as though the blood vessels in the back of my head were suddenly all turning to ash. My vision grew distant, blurred with gray, and the world lost its color. I thought we could save Satoko. But though I knew it'd be the sooner the better, I thought there was no time limit for doing that. I never even dreamed that we could be too late. I'd been making a huge mistake. I thought Satoko could be hurt, but never that she'd break. It was such a huge mistake. People, they break. Thinking that they don't is absolutely absurd. We need to save Satoko. We needed to save her before she broke. That fatal lapse in awareness had brought this on. Whose fault was it? That went without saying. Mine. No, ours. Yeah, this is not the time to look for someone to blame. Situation sucks. Doesn't matter if it was his fault, everyone's fault. This, in the end, you know whose fault it is? The uncle's fault. People, they acted on what they thought was best. They all agreed with Keiichi going ahead and telling the teacher. So this is no one's fault, but the person causing all of this pain. Cooking dinner soon. I hope the cooking goes well. Hope dinner tastes good. Like, what if Keiichi has half a brain? He goes to the teacher ASAP. I mean, they all acted in a way that they thought best. They all agreed with him. Here, no one here is at fault except the person causing all this pain. I'm gonna stick to that. This is not the time to look for blame in anyone because it's not gonna help anyone. Except, lashing out at people might help you feel better in the moment, but in the end, it doesn't matter. We all took on the duty of saving Satoko, but we were negligent to the point of laziness. I wouldn't say that. They did the best that they could for being kids. In that sense, this was the inevitable result. Even if this didn't happen today and it happened tomorrow or the day after or next week, we would have just sat around doing nothing until that day. So this was obviously the result. I slumped down on my knees, just as Mion and Rika-chan had done. And I too closed my eyes tight and couldn't stop myself from sobbing.
何の騒ぎですか？
Finally! Fucking finally! This took like what? 5 minutes? Of her freaking out and everyone screaming? For her to finally get here? They're not at fault. Keiichi's being illogical, but what else is new? He's looking to lash out again because he's very emotional and he's a kid, he's a teenager. His response is natural for who he is. Is it the right response? No. Wondering more how big the school is and how far the teacher lounge is for not hearing all those sounds. I wouldn't say that it's not too far away. Probably like a few rooms apart, but yeah, she should have come here way sooner. What is all the noise about?
ちょっと何があったんです？
Wait, what's happened? The teacher came and her face screwed up at the terrible spectacle before her. The instant she realized the teacher was here, Satoko went through another complete change. She wiped her face with the curtains and, like nothing happened, smiled.
北条さん、これは一体何事ですか？
What on earth is going on here?
ちょっとレナさんと喧嘩になってしまっただけですのよ。
I just got in a little squabble with Rena-san is
お
all.
弁当をめぐってちょっぴり大暴れなんですの。
We went a little crazy over our lunches. Right? Rena did nod in reply. But then, since Satoko wished it, she nodded without strength. The rest of the class couldn't keep up with her extreme changes. We all just stared in a daze.
ちょっと悪ふざけをしただけなんですのよ。
This is scary. This is so terrifying. This is actually terrifying. Her sudden change in... I'm baffled. I'm baffled. Her complete 180 is baffling. She's absolutely lost it, alright, yeah? It was just a little horseplay.
皆さん、度肝を抜かれすぎでございますわね。
I scared everyone out of their wits. Satoko would probably sweep the whole thing under the rug. For what? Her heart is torn to pieces. So what? What else? You wanted your Nini to help, didn't you? But unfortunately for you, Satoshi doesn't ever intend on coming back. At least he's keeping this inside of his head and not actually speaking it out loud. It's never that easy. He won't just conveniently show up and save you. This is the one time I actually want him to speak up and tell the teacher because she needs help. And if they don't tell her what happened now, she isn't gonna get help. It's never that easy. He won't just conveniently show up and save you. So you don't have to wait for him anymore. You can cry, beg for help, and you can run away.
私たちが無力だから。
We can't do anything. Myon suddenly said. She spoke then, those few words that had tormented me countless times. Those words were a spell, and when I heard them, my whole body suddenly regained its calm. My emotions all slipped away like they'd never been there, like a wave departing. My God, it scared me. Holy shit. What is this music? Huh? What? Hmm? Dancers number 7. What a crazy soundtrack to play right now. What is happening? And then the world's color flipped inside out. My field of view expanded. My head grew remarkably cold, and it felt like my mind's volume had grown even wider than the classroom we were in. Going techno Sith, I don't know what's happening. The music is great, but, At the time, my soul was doubtlessly no longer in the small, petty vessel of my head, but floating in the air, a little bit above it. It was a mysterious feeling of release. I broke free of the cramped confines of my skull and stretched out my roots in all directions as far as I wanted to. I think he's snapping. It was a strange feeling and one I'd never felt before. An odd sense of exhilaration. My sharpened senses caused me to transcend. My mind was sharper than a knife's edge, and I immediately decided that spending the time to let myself be crushed with grief would be an absolute waste. I erased all the garbage information from my brain. I expelled the pointless emotions presenting obstacles to action.
ミオ、お前は呪ってろ。
Mion, you curse it all you
自
want.
分の無力さをいつまでも。
Curse our powerlessness as much as you want. Huh? If I could have taken back what had happened by crying about it, I'd have cried all day. But the fact was, this was how things had turned out. I couldn't take back what had happened. Oh my god, is this gonna end in a way similar to how Satoshi's story ended? What if... Since Keiichi is extremely similar to Satoshi in many regards, what if... Since Satoshi probably killed their aunt, Keiichi's now gonna kill her uncle and he's gonna vanish. Maybe that's how this is going to end. Maybe he won't actually die this time. He's just gonna be demoned away. He also lost it. I think I know where this is going. Unless he can regain his, you know, his calm, he might completely freak out. I couldn't take back what had happened. The top priority, then, would be to prevent the situation from worsening further and to sever the chains of misfortune. Until today, I'd been looking at things so narrow-mindedly I could scarcely believe it. To save Satoko, the only thing to do was to save Satoko. That's the only thing I thought about. I didn't allow myself to realize the most basic, direct, and certain way of removing the source of Satoko's unhappiness. He's really going there. No, actually, I realized it yesterday. But as for the means, I relied on some stupid curse from some dumb deity. I never considered carrying the task out myself. Here we go. Here we go. It was inevitable, really. Welcome back, Toonie. You missed emotional damage. Pretty horrifying scene of Satoko having a traumatic reaction to Keiichi wanting to pet her. It was really tough. I'm glad you weren't there. You were spared the damage, I guess. He's going to kill the uncle. Yep, he's going places. I would obliterate Satoko's uncle. There were plenty of ways to do it. This was a task that held infinite methods. Ironically, the method of saving Satoko required mostly money. But the method of killing that man pretty much took no money at all. I could kill him with the least amount of investment. The least amount of money suited him. It was only the weight of his life. I kept eliminating needless, worthless information from my head, replenishing it with only the knowledge I'd need to achieve my goal. I used every cell in my brain to think about how I'd kill him. The way I killed him didn't matter. I would allow any method from whatever time and whatever country, as long as it ended in a quick and certain death. If I were to have an additional condition, it would be not to get caught. Removing him was an act designed to return the peaceful times we had with Satoko. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is the first time we're actively planning murder. Even the first time he killed someone in the first chapter, that was all spontaneous. He never actively planned to kill these girls, but he is actively planning out how to kill her uncle. I mean, we knew this was gonna happen. We knew he was going to snap. Murder is free. I mean, it depends on if you get away with it, you know? Keiichi's really out of it now. This is gonna make everything so much worse. Whew. I'm not sure. Will it make everything so much worse? The situation sucks regardless of what happens. In the first chapter, it was more self-defense. Yep, true. Yeah, but it was a spontaneous kill. Or murder. But yeah, it was self-defense technically. Second chapter, nothing of the sort happened, and now we're actively planning murder. Satoko will never forgive him. I mean, if he even makes it unscathed, you know, he's probably gonna end up in prison or worse. He's either gonna succeed and reap the consequences, or fail and die during the process, making the matter that much worse for everybody else. There's no winning here. There is no winning. This is a hopeless situation. But it is what we have, so, well, if I was arrested in exchange for the removal, then we might as well have killed each other. With only him gone, we'd go back to our normal lives. That was my supreme objective. My ultimate goal. Kill him, definitely. But definitely don't leave evidence either. Two alternatives at odds with one another. I fear that Keiichi is definitely gonna end up the same way that Satoshi did. The condition of not leaving a trace back to me automatically narrowed the number of murder methods. No witnesses was an absolute must. Fortunately, given the right time in Hinamizawa, there would be nobody around. I mean, we have to agree that anyone in his position, witnessing all of what has happened to this girl, bonding with her, having such emotional reactions to whatever is happening to her, we can all kind of understand that at least considering murder is a normal reaction, even if it isn't the best idea. Which makes this terrifying, because I can actually understand why he is considering this, which is terrifying. He would not go back to normal life. Taking your life will break you in more ways than one, Keiichi. I don't think he's worried about that right now. He has completely snapped. One of Satoko's traps that would incriminate Satoko? Yeah, I can't see him using them. He might build his own, though. The music is nuts. The music is great. Just, I don't know, terrifying in this situation. I mentally reconstructed the land around Satoko's house. The number of pedestrians different at different times. The movement algorithm of the neighbors. Would I lure him out or charge at him? What would my weapon be? When and where would I carry this out? Where? Needed to be somewhere I wouldn't leave a trace. When? It needed to be as soon as possible for Satoko's safety without wasting even a millisecond. My god, this is so crazy. People can think like that over less extreme things at this point. You stare daggers to people like Satoko's uncle. Yeah, pretty much. His reaction is very scary enough. The most common reaction for most people, and even more scary enough, it's acted on as well. Of course it is. This is something that is not far from reality, which makes this very scary, and I feel like a lot of people listening to this right now are thinking, yep, this is an understandable reaction to what is happening. For all his mental preparation, Keiichi's plan kind of boils down to walking up to Satoko's house, dealing with the uncle, and, well, this is very spontaneous. He's trying to plan this out in his head, but ultimately it ends up being a pretty spontaneous thing. He doesn't have a lot of time to plan this. He wants to act on this probably the same day, so, well, that doesn't leave him with a lot of, you know, particular planning time. I read a bit slower, music is so good, but I'm excited to see where this goes. Can I bonk him? For what? He's acting on his very natural response. I don't think he's... I don't know. This is making me feel all sorts of ways. I don't know one way to feel towards his actions or him right now. This is absurd. Completely absurd. And I thought about it this way, it struck me how easy the act of killing was. Disagree. If I could leave evidence, if I was just going to kill him, anyone could easily turn into a murderer. But our reason prevented that. It told us doing so would get us arrested for sure. In the end, being arrested by the police was the final thing preventing people from committing homicide. Absurd! If you went all the way out into the very middle of the ocean, you wouldn't leave any trace at all. Anyone would drop those they hated into the depths if they knew that. It was all too easy to simply remove him. I could leave class right now, grab a metal baseball bat or something from the schoolyard, go to his house and attack him. You don't even have to go to the schoolyard. Just go to Satoshi's locker and just grab it right out of there. Although it might not be there since he used it on his aunt, probably. Estimated time would be 25 minutes. Okay, what is happening? Why does he know this? Why can he estimate this? If he doesn't do this today, he's going to on the day of the festival, maybe even try to get the group involved. I don't think he's gonna get the group involved. I think he's given up on that. And he shouldn't. And bury the bat. Just bury it around the crime scene. Surely the cops have never investigated a crime scene where this happened. And surely a ground that has been recently dug up wouldn't, you know, be super obvious. The bat is still in the locker. Do you think Satoshi? I'm so convinced that he killed the aunt for good reason, okay? But do you think he would have gone back to the school to put the bat in the locker? I can see it from the game's perspective, how that would be convenient, but it doesn't make sense. If I wanted us to kill each other, it wouldn't even be minutes. I could do it in 1500 seconds. I knew just how much his continued existence depended on me. He was nothing. I could expel him from this world within just 1500 seconds after making up my mind. From when I decided what to do, he had only 1500 seconds. Actually, if I ran full speed to his house, that number would go down even further. But he was alive. He was still part of this world at this very moment, having torn Satoko's body and mind to shreds. Why? Because I was letting him live. I was permitting him to live, so he was alive. I rescinded that permission. If I rescinded that permission, he would be evacuating this mortal coil within 1500 seconds. Please stop giving me numbers to read. You think I'd let you live to breathe even 1500 more seconds of air? Well, you better get running now. I'm taking that permission back. Right here, right now. You'd better thank me for letting you live until today. However, I actually need more than 1500 seconds. Ah! I'm not just gonna end you. Getting back our old lives is far more important. It's only you I'll be cleanly cutting out of this world. They won't find a culprit. I'll forget that I dirtied my hands on the likes of you as naturally as I brush my teeth before bed. Oh, he does brush his teeth, but not in the morning. Did he even mention how he's gonna make her uncle go outside? He doesn't have a clear plan. He doesn't have a murder weapon of choice. He doesn't have a location. He has a rough estimate of how long it's going to take him, but even that is falling apart. He has no real plan. You found the bat before? No, would make sense. It's still there. Would? Yeah, you're right. No one's gonna bat an eye to the teen barreling towards it. Running full speed with a metal bat in hand. KT, you okay? You've been staring into space for the last 10 minutes. Dude is going crazy. He's gonna stare into space for even longer because, unfortunately, Twitch is ruining this moment and they're forcing an ad break on us. So let's take a very quick break. I'm gonna be here as soon as the ad break is over. So, if you need to take a break to witness whatever is going to happen next, feel free to do that. Rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack. I'll be right back. I made it back. I'm back. Oh, I stuffed a few snacks in my mouth. Very dry. Hold on. thank you. Welcome back to YouTube. Nom nom nom. Okay. Think something before you talk. Yeah, I did drink. Thank you. Also, thank you for the stretch and hydrate. We're gone for less than 1500 seconds. Oh man, look at me. I'm lightning fast. YouTube's at their shit again. Whining about ad blockers. Sorry, not sorry. Never turning those my VPN off. I didn't know they were whining about it, but yeah, they've been going a little stronger and blocking all of that stuff. Yeah. Need to buy myself the wafer as well. You should. I don't know how stores are open on the weekend for you, but it's time. It is time to buy the wafers. I still haven't bought more. I'm eating a lot of roasted almonds that I got from the Christmas market. I've been living off of those for the past week. Here we go again with the 1500 seconds. Oh yeah, the roasted nuts, almonds. Yeah, they're great. They're so delicious. I love them. Every Christmas, it's a given that I have to buy them. So, to do that, I'll make a special exception for you and give you more than 1500 seconds. I'll give you special permission to keep on living as long as you have until I can construct the perfect plan for your murder. Wait, Keiichi, you can't let that time go to waste. Yeah, I know. He's having full-on conversations with himself now. Hi, Tsubaki. How are you? Welcome in. I'll kill him quickly. I'll remove him with certainty. I won't even waste much time to perfect that plan. Think back. Tomorrow is Watanagashi, isn't it? Last year, on the night of the Watanagashi, her aunt died. Her head was busted open by some deviant and her brains splattered everywhere. That's it. He's someone who deserves to be given death on the night of Watanagashi. Hey, Oyashiro-sama. You call yourself a guardian, but you didn't protect Satoko. Cursing Satoko's family for the damn stuff is your own business, but now you've made Satoko unhappy when she didn't have anything to do with it. I, Keiichi Maebara, hereby denounce you, the guardian deity of Hinamizawa, a failure. We don't need you. Go back to the deepest, darkest part of your shrine this year. He's going full. He's so crazy. He's going absolutely mental. Wonder if Rikishi knows the way Keiichi comes off to the readers. He is... You know, this conversation with himself he's having is a little crazy. I feel like Rikishi knows exactly how we feel about him in this situation. Also, hello Pika, how are you? Welcome in. Thank you for the head pat. Hope you're doing good. He's full Delulu. He's, I don't know. He's a little edgy right now. You just know that Keiichi's gonna go to the festival with everyone, make some lame excuses, and then rush to Satoko's house. He's gonna sprint there. You know, he has to make it in 1500 seconds. Don't forget that. Light Yagami, kind of. They're both, you know, prone to losing their minds. Hope work goes well for you, Pika. Thank you for stopping by. Besides, if you had just cursed and killed both her aunt and her uncle last year, none of this would have ever happened. The curse this year, it's not on you. I'll be the one deciding. I won't be the three families controlling the serial deaths behind the scenes. No, not some vague people who I can't tell if they're buffoons or not. This time, I'll be the one to deliver divine judgment. So don't get in my way. Just watch. Stay quiet and watch. I'll obliterate him. He has a strong god complex right now. I'll wipe him off the face of the earth. I will stomp out his very existence. Go away, disappear, and die. I'll tear your heart apart just like you did to Satoko. I'll have your blood as as payment. I'm sorry. What is going on? Oh, he's having a full-on shooty view attack. What is happening? It's just too good. We need Keiichi to go over to Lulu. I don't know. I'm feeling the cringe coming on. The protag complex, which is funny in a sense. He is, but this is going too cringe, Hirukishi. Kamehameha. Budget Tanaka Gundam. Wow, that is the cheapest Gundam Tanaka you could get on the market. Oh, finally, it's over. My goodness.
大丈夫？
Keiichi-kun, are you alright? Rena, Mion, and Rika-chan were looking after me. Had I fallen to the floor?
急に倒れたからびっくりしたよ。
Did he pass out? You surprised us. You suddenly fell down.
うなされてなかった？
Were you having a nightmare?
うなってたよ。
You were moaning.
うるさい。
Oh my god. Don't do it like this. Shut it.
黄色い声で話しかけるな。
Quit squeaking at me like that. Oh my god. This is gonna go. Ugh, this is so bad. My friends gave a start and backed away.
なんだよ。
What? Benna and the others, they exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, and stood confused for a few moments.
今の圭一くんの声。
But was that your voice, Keiichi-kun?
当たり前だろ。
Of course it was. Benna gulped firmly and opened her mouth.
今一瞬圭一くんすごい目だった。
Oh my god. Wait. God, that just sent a chill through my body. Hold on. Oh my goodness. He's gone full crazy. He has. My thinking is that this is a pretty clear indication that he is gonna be the one taking doing the curse killing this year, or causing someone to get killed because of possessions, something like that. I don't know if he's like fully possessed, or if for some magical reason he kind of has part of Oyashiro-sama inside of him now. I mean, it's clear that the story of Higurashi isn't just cults and people. There's clearly some magical powers or some curse stuff going on at the same time, so him being possessed right now wouldn't even be that strange. I just picture Keiichi moaning while standing on his feet completely still. Well, it seems that he at least passed out. But I can't see it as well. And it wouldn't even be that strange. It'd be like, yep, that's peak Keiichi right there. He's the bad guy this time? Seems like it. Yep, same eyes. It got cursed or taken over, which is surprising. I mean, no one said that there was only one demon, right? Because Rena, in the beginning of this arc, didn't she also have like a scary eye moment? She didn't have the full-on demon eyes. But she did have a strange eye moment, which we know is kind of the way that Ryukishi indicates that the curse or something demon-like is taking hold of that person. The difference this time is if we're going to see the whole process because the murders were always people disappearing without seeing what happens fully. I mean, not just disappearing, also dying. Or do you mean him disappearing afterwards? It might be that he kills the uncle, he actually manages to kill him, but he, like Satoshi, will disappear. I wonder, because we also didn't see how, or we didn't witness how exactly he ended up scratching his throat in the first chapter. I really wonder how this is gonna play out, but oh boy. For a second, Keiichi-kun, your eyes were really scary.
目
My eyes.
光の角度でそう見えたんだろ
Probably just a trick of the light.
バカバカしい
Don't waste my time.
見間違いじゃないよ。
I'm not mistaken.
あんな目初めて見た。
Never seen those kinds of eyes before. What are these guys talking about? They've all been too scared of me lately.
前原圭一くんだよね。
You are Keiichi Maebara-kun, right? What was Rena saying? Who else do I look like except Keiichi Maebara? The look I gave her seemed to speak quite eloquently to those irritated thoughts. She understood and quickly apologized.
ごめん、
I'm sorry.
気にしないでね。
Don't worry about it. Well, okay. I didn't see this coming. Yeah, this is unexpected. For me, anyway. Is being kind of a dick right now. He is. Could also be because some sort of possession. I got an achievement called 1500 seconds. Reach an epiphany. I wouldn't call it an epiphany, but sure. Well, let's read the tips. Oh boy. Well, why is that black and white? Emergency. June 18th, 1983. Abuse issues regarding Satoko Hojo urgent. We propose that Satoko Hojo must be taken into immediate custody based on the items below. First, family situation. Life with adoptive father who recently returned to Hinamizawa has already turned disastrous, and she is currently subject to unendurable physical and mental abuse from the father. Second, Child Consultation Center's response. A child probation officer was dispatched yesterday on the 17th from the prefecture welfare office because of the 77 case changed to continued coaching and cautionary action. Unfortunately, the consultation office head does not properly understand the situation. Third, status of concerned child. Child already appears to be suffering from an outbreak of something close to neurosis or manic depression. If her unstable pubescent mind is negatively stimulated by stress, it would put her development of a healthy body and mind at risk. This cannot be allowed to continue from a humane standpoint. Allegations made to the family court. We propose, based on the above items, that Satoko Hojo should immediately be taken into protective custody. She should be secured temporarily under emergency allegations to the family court under Article 28. We request emergency coordination between all related agencies. What? Wait, what? So, they did establish... It seems to me that they did establish that she wasn't actually abused, but they did notice that she was suffering from neurosis and very strong depression, and ended up suggesting that she gets taken into protective custody, but it didn't end up happening. Did she lie or not? She did. And I did read it as they know that she lied, but she is still suffering from the consequences of undergoing so many changes. Okay. Let's read this. D23, number 44. Children with special needs regarding D23, number 44. Something something 1977. Child name Tatarigoroshi. Residence something Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone. First, consultation circumstances. Telephone SOS from child of child abuse. Second, abuse situation. Child claims she is being physically abused by her adoptive father. Third, family structure. Circle marks abusers. Adoptive father, real mother, older brother, child in question. Note, adoptive father and real mother entered family registry in 19 something something. Child is the daughter of the mother's previous husband. Fourth, child consultation center's response. On the day of the child's telephone consultation, the center called the child's school and asked of her situation. On that day, the child welfare officer on duty visited the child's house and conducted an interview. So they called the school? But didn't Chia say she didn't know about this until she literally told us? Was she not informed about this? I would imagine that as her teacher, they would ask her if she knew anything about the situation. The adoptive father sincerely listened to instruction and agreed to take child-raising workshops in the city from now on. As part of the suggested coaching, the center will continue to observe the situation. Other notes: as a result of numerous counseling sessions at the city's education consultation office regarding the child, we learned that there was a high possibility the cause of the child's excessive distrust towards her adoptive father was the result of a lack of communication. The abuse she claimed hadn't actually taken place. She had made a false report to distance herself from her adoptive father. Below is a note written in pencil by the person on duty at the time. She might not have been informed, but I guess they would have asked her for any information, you know? But maybe not, for whatever reason. The problem appeared to be more with the daughter. Chief Investigator F of the city's education consultation office said that most of her stories of abuse were likely fabrications. They decided to shift the focus of their coaching to the child. Be cautious not to take everything the child says as truth. Wow. Okay, let me read this again. Just skim through it. This is after that report. Wasn't that just 1977? This is now 1983. Who recently returned to Hinamizawa. Yeah, alright, this makes sense now because of the 77 case from the year 1977. So he did end up abusing her. And someone made a clear note of that. And the requests to help her have been ignored purposefully. It is odd that they give you these tips in the wrong order. But yeah, he didn't abuse her. They figured out that she lied. They ended up noting that she shouldn't be trusted. And then, a solid, what was it, 6 years later? It turns out that he has somehow returned to Hinamizawa? Or is this worded in a very strange way? Is adoptive father the uncle here? Because I can see why they would call him adoptive father, and he did recently return to Hinamizawa, so that would also make sense. It is unclear who they mean by this. So either the actual adoptive father turned abusive and they ended up recommending that she gets sent somewhere else, or it is the uncle? Very confusing. Either way, they did end up recommending that she gets taken into protective custody, and it didn't happen. Well, I wonder why they gave us those tips. Why that would be relevant now. The situation seemed strange because why did nothing happen, especially with such a clear recommendation that they should help her? My mind is spinning. Mian and the others, having to set up for the Watanagashi festival or something, invited me along, but I refused. Of course I did. How could they be taking it easy and setting up for a festival in this situation? Mian had a lot of nerve. That is quite literally my brain right now, trying to wrap my head around what they just gave me for tips. And like, what does that mean? The first thing I did when I got back was take a shower. Not because I wanted to wash off sweat. It was because I wanted to be even calmer. I already understood this, but killing that man would be so very easy. The really hard thing would be not getting arrested for it so we could get our peaceful days back. You know which scene is coming up? Oh, never mind. Oh, okay, okay. Get no time and more confused. Yep. They're referring to the uncle, I think. The parent died after 77, I think? Is it the uncle? They said it was 1983. When does this whole thing play again? Is it 1983 or is it 1985? I might be getting confused because Corpse Party also was somewhere in the 80s. So I hope I'm not getting the dates mixed up in my mind. I thought it was 1985. But it could be that this is 1983 and they really do mean the uncle, which would make sense because he recently did return to Hinamizawa. That second report being ignored is very strange. It is. They didn't take her away. Why? Who is the head that is ignoring this all? It is 83. Okay, so that is the uncle then. Okay, so by adoptive father in that specific tip, they do mean the uncle. Okay, that clears it up. That was very confusing. Not sure why they called him adoptive father since... I don't know, isn't he still her uncle? Does their actual family dynamic change if you adopt her? I have no idea. I would just have called him guardian. But yeah, okay, that clears it up. Okay, thank you, thank you. Official term had to go by in that context for some reason. Yeah, it just was a bit confusing, but you're right, it is the uncle. As I thought about it, it I realized it wasn't easy. Japan's police force have the highest arrest rate in the world. I would need to deceitfully pull off the perfect crime, and it couldn't be a half-hearted attempt. I wouldn't be surprised if, at least in this world, Oishi has a big role in this, because boy goes after the criminals he thinks are on their loose, quite drastically. Hello, Ayume, how are you? Welcome. You would have guessed Keiichi second guessing when he actually is going out to do the deed. Well, maybe he will change his mind after all, but I think with the possession or half possession might still be good. Interesting trigger warning. Well, it is the truth though. I would need to deceitfully pull off the perfect crime, and it couldn't be a half-hearted attempt. Still, it wasn't 100%. Even the best police force in the world couldn't have a 100% arrest rate. I've read a lot of articles on trials with people brought up on false charges. At court, they consider whether the charges are false or not, but figuring out the real criminal is entirely out of scope. That meant perfect crimes did exist. In fact, perfect crimes were sort of like works of art. They could even be respected and revered. You just had to look at the inundation, oh my god, of mystery novels everywhere throughout history. Mystery novels? Oh my god, is he gonna build his crime, his murder, on the knowledge that he has from mystery novels? Please. Please tell me that it's not what he's going to do. Is it even possession though? He seems more like he just lost it. It seems like there's some form of possession or some kind of demon entering his body. It doesn't have to be possession and taking over his body sort of thing. It just can be just being afflicted with some kind of demon powers. I don't know how to phrase this in a way that doesn't sound super strange. Time to read Agatha Christie? Oh my goodness. It is very cagey to do that. It is, but please, please tell me this is not what he's gonna do. Oh no. He's gonna go like, oh yeah, I read all of Detective Conan. I can totally pull off a perfect crime. I know exactly what they look for. They dealt with all sorts of difficult to solve incidents involving secret rooms and alibis and stuff, but they all wanted to show one thing. They wanted to show the beauty of a perfect crime. There was something divine in the flawlessness of the word perfect. Yes, perfect crimes were skills of the gods. Oh, he's having the biggest god complex out there currently. The Rube Goldberg machine, he is. Yep, he doesn't have Oishi on his side. He has him as his biggest enemy, which makes this even worse. They did not get along well when they met each other, so this is even harder for him to pull off. And in that sense, the serial freak deaths they were calling the curse of Yashiro-sama, I understood they must have been the works of gods. It's also interesting to note that there's a bell chime in the background. Like what they use in rituals. Which makes me really think that he is being possessed by something. Or affected by something. By some higher power, whatever you want to call it. This isn't Death Note, isn't it? Not yet. Each one appeared to have been resolved, but they couldn't stop it from happening every year. Yeah, skills belonging only to gods, those are perfect crimes. Those are perfect crimes. And I would be setting up my own crime before Oyashiro-sama's series of perfect crimes 4 years in the running. If I were to put it boldly, I was challenging a god. Foolhardiness would be needed to make the decision, but I needed to be calm, cool, colder than ice to put that plan together. Kill him like a flame, but as systematic as ice. Starting now, I needed to retain both of those ideas within me. Modeling my crime after a mystery novel wasn't actually a bad thing to focus on. Oh, oh, it is. Sound hasn't been around before like this? Nope. This is the first time we're hearing a bell chime like this. Which is very common in Japanese. How do I explain this? What I'm thinking of? Festival performances, ritual ones specifically at shrines, like what Rika-chan does. They usually have some sort of bell. Folklore as well, exactly. Sometimes, kidnappings involving disturbing original methods that made it into the newspaper were used as a basis for novels after the person was arrested. Stuff like that made it into the news. Day and night, for a very long time, mystery novel authors polished and refined their most fantastic artistic crimes. Imitating that could be a shortcut to planning the perfect crime in a short period of time. When the bells chime, it's often a bad omen. Kind of, yeah. So, I don't know how I feel about it. It's a nice detail, though. I like that we hear the bells. It's very nice. It adds a sort of creepiness to this whole situation. Of course, I haven't read enough mystery novels to act all high and mighty about them. The one who really liked mystery novels was my mom. She'd read every well-known mystery novel from overseas, from past and present. Every time she watched mystery shows, she would always criticize them as having cheap tricks or being poorly thought out. I wonder what the perfect crime would mean to her. Is he gonna ask his mom?
これまでの推理小説の中で母さんが一番よくできたと思った完全犯罪？
I have no words. This guy can't be fucking serious. This is not... I can't. He's seriously asking his mom, and on the same day he's gonna murder someone? That's not suspicious at all. In the same way that she's gonna describe it too. Keiichi's mom is a stand-in for Ryokishi. Yeah, I feel like she really is. The Keiichi's POV. He is such a clown. I can't believe this. You know, the anime cuts plenty of scenes and it makes Keiichi come off much more of a level-headed everyman. It does. He is so deranged. He is so deranged. The VN is so good. I love it. I love the way that they portray him, and this is so funny. I wonder if he really wanted this to be funny. I had to talk about something like this with my friend's dad, who is a detective, and oh boy. Well, I'm kind of curious what he said. You don't have to write it out right here. You can tell me another time, but now I'm very curious about what he answered to that. What do I think the most well-done perfect crime in all the mystery novels I've read is? Yeah.
母さんって結構たくさん推理小説を読んでるでしょ
Well, you read quite a lot of them, right?
そういうの詳しいかなって思って
I figured you might know a lot about them.
それを読むから楽しいのよ。
It's more fun to read them to find out.
初めからトリックを教えちゃったら楽しみがなくなっちゃうわ。
If I told you all the tricks right off the bat, they'd be no fun anymore. It wasn't like I was asking for my own amusement. She was deflecting the questions, so I would somehow butter her up first and draw out an answer.
そうね。よくできた推理小説。
Of course.
うーん、
Well done mystery novels. Yeah.
結構どれもこれもいろんな魅力があって、どれが面白かったとは言いにくいけど、強いてあげれば、
They all have a unique charm to them, so it's hard to say which is the most interesting. You'd really have to force me to pick one.
母さんの好きな小説のタイトルが知りたいんじゃないよ。
I didn't want to know which novels you liked.
母さんが一番舌を巻いた完全トリックが知りたいんだよ。
I wanted to know about the trick that made you the most surprised.
本当に完全なトリックだったら名探偵に解く余地がないじゃない。
That is true. If they write about it, that means that, well, whoever committed the crime was found out. So the perfect crimes are the ones that there's no stories about because it doesn't make sense. You're not as charismatic as you think you are. You can't run circles around people. He thinks this is so easy. He thinks he's being so sly. Hello, Adrenaline. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in to your raiders too. Let me do a little wave. Hope you're doing good. Oh, you were playing more metaphor. I hope you had a good time playing. That was true. Then there'd be no points.
推理小説は解ける謎をいかに解くかの過程を楽しむものよ。
Mystery novels are enjoyable because of the process of the mysteries getting solved.
解けない謎だったらそれは推理小説の題材になり得ないわね。
If it was unsolvable, it wouldn't make a very good topic for a novel.
そっか。
Got a new party member and everything. I hope you're having fun too. Ooh, nice. How far are you into the game? Do you know, like a percentage? But yeah, we're having a blast laughing at Keiichi after a very emotionally damaging scene, so we deserve it. I get it.
そりゃそうだよな。
Yeah, you're right.
主人公に解けなかったらお話として成立しないもんな。
If the main character can solve it, it wouldn't be much of a story, huh? That being too simplistic? Yeah. I get it. Keiichi doesn't get it. He doesn't. He is a teenage boy. How could he? A mystery novel was basically a game. They were written so that you can get to the goal so that you could solve them. But I couldn't use something so optimistic. It needed to be the be-all end-all of tricks so that we could, without a doubt, return to our old lives.
ということはケイイチ、
By the way, Keiichi,
真の完全犯罪は物語にすらならない。
Do you
というのがわかる
understand?
かしら？
do you understand that truly perfect crimes don't even become stories? Mom looked at me intellectually and grinned impishly. I never gotten to read it, but apparently one time, a long time ago, Mom had written her own mystery novel and submitted it for some mystery novel award. Apparently, she was really into it.
物語にならないってどういう意味？
That's so cute, actually. Kinda nice to learn more about his mom. Yeah, here we go. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it in the slightest. There's no clear percentage. Oh yeah, you can go for as long as you want in the game, but like story-wise? Over halfway at least. I have 100 hours or so played, though I'm slow. I mean, you take your time, that's fair. But yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Entrance of the Gladiators is quietly playing in the background right now. Is that like a specific soundtrack? A nice little detail we are learning about Mom. It's really nice, very cute. Clown Simulator 1984, 83, mind I correct you. Don't even become stories. What does that mean?
ケイイチ、物語の最低構成要素は？
Keiichi, what are the essential parts of a story?
起承転結。
A beginning, a middle, and an end?
正解。
Correct.
特に肝心なのは当たり前だけど、木に当たる部分よ。
The beginning, of course, is especially important.
スタートの木がなかったら、そもそも物語は始まらない。
If there is no beginning, then the story never starts.
そりゃそうだよ。
Well, yeah.
何も起こらなかったら何も始まらない。
If nothing happened, nothing would begin. Exactly.
そう。何も起こらないから事件にもならない。
Right, nothing happened, so there wouldn't even be an incident.
探偵も呼ばれないから推理もない。
Detectives wouldn't be called, so there wouldn't be any mystery.
推理がないなら解決もない。
There would be no mystery, so there would be no solution.
つまり、これが究極の完全犯罪。
In other words, it would be the ultimate perfect crime.
ちょっと待って。
Oh my god, this guy doesn't get it. It still won't get into his head. Oh, it's the clown music? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what soundtrack you're thinking of exactly. Or the music. Make it look like it wasn't an incident, much like how the uncle doesn't leave marks so they can't do things. Basically, just don't leave anything for them to investigate. Wait a second.
もう一度説明してくれるかな。
Could you explain that again? What? My mom just told me something absurd. And she was saying it so smoothly too, so I kind of tuned her out, but she said something extremely important just now. Duh!
そんな難しい話じゃないわよ。
It's not really that difficult to understand.
そもそも事件が発覚しなければいいだけの話。
The incident just has to never come to light, that's all.
そもそも発覚しない事件。
Just has to never come to light?
つまり、例えばよ。
How is he not grasping this? How is this his mother? I do wonder if he's gonna lure that uncle into some old traps. Like, honestly, they're still out there. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone really goes there. And if no one is looking for this guy, no one is missing him, since they basically... I mean, technically, it makes sense. Because we learned in one tip that the case of his lover getting killed is practically solved. They know it was the Sonozaki family. They know he wasn't really involved, so they won't be coming looking for him. So they're not looking for him. He's not a person of interest, technically. Unless it gets on Oishi's radar, and Oishi not liking Keiichi very much this chapter would of course get on him. But technically, all of the traps that Satoko has laid out in the forest, they're not triggered. So that means that no one has been there in a long time. Keiichi really being a kid, not really thinking beyond what's in front of him. I mean, he's very narrow-minded. He thinks in black and white. For example, how about this?
誰も立ち入らない深い森の奥で、おじいさんが一人暮らしをしているとする。
Say there's an old man living deep in a forest nobody goes into. Huh?
そのおじいさんがある日、斧で殺されました。
And one day, the old man gets killed by an axe.
ちなみに犯人は、じゃあ、おじいさんの息子ね。
And, let's say the criminal was the old man's son.
おじいさんの家に来て一緒にお酒を飲んでいたんだけど、ちょっと喧嘩になって殺してしまった。
He went to the old man's house and they were drinking together, but they got into a fight and he killed him. What an extremely cheap plot, and even you can't think about it. It was an impulsive crime without a bit of planning. It was pretty far from a perfect crime.
でもケイイチ、
But Keiichi,
そこはとてもとても深い森の中の一軒家なの。
the house was really, really deep in this forest.
普段は絶対に誰も訪れない深い山奥の深い深い森の中。
So deep in the mountains that nobody would ever go out that far.
さて、
殺した息子は町に帰ってきてこう言うの。
And his son would go back into town and say
おじいさんは元気だったって。
that the old man was doing fine. Given what was set up with the traps, I do think he's gonna think about using them, especially using this image of where we encountered the traps. It's kind of funny.
それのどこが完全犯罪なの？
What about that as a perfect crime?
圭一、この事件はね、おじいさんが殺されているのが見つかって初めて木を迎えるのよ。
This incident would only begin when it was found out that the old man was killed.
もしもこの後誰もおじいさんの家を訪れなかったら永久に木は訪れない。
If nobody ever visited the old man's house after that, that beginning would never occur. The beginning would never occur.
だからつまり物語は始まらない。
So basically, the story wouldn't start.
事件が発覚しないから探偵も呼ばれない。
The incident wouldn't come to light and they wouldn't call in detectives.
そもそも誰も不審に思わないから謎も起こらない。
And nobody would be suspicious in the first place, so there'd be no mystery.
おじいさんは今日も一人でのんびり森の奥で暮らしているんだろうね。
They'd think the old man was still living by himself deep in the forest.
で、お空におじいさんの顔が浮かんで、ジエンド。
And the old man's face would appear in the sky, and that would be it.
どう？こんな感じで。
Something like that, you know?
すごいじゃないか。
Yeah, it doesn't have to be like a super crazy convoluted plan. You just no one should find out and you're good basically, but that's easier said than done and he's gonna get overzealous here. There have been instances where people die and are discovered much too late. It's very sad and cruel, but it does happen. I mean, this is very much the case with a lot of older people, right? They usually don't have a lot of family, if any at all. And if they do have family, they might not go visit them very often. If they live on their own, somewhere far away from family or with no family at all, they might pass away someday in their apartment, their house, or wherever they are, and won't be found for a really long time until someone finally notices, yo, there's kind of a weird smell coming from around this area. Or some other thing tips them off. But usually a lot of people will die of old age alone somewhere, and no one will notice for a really long time.
It's
of course not the same because they died naturally, of course, but the same principle applies. That's a pretty great trick.
でも娯楽小説にはならないわね。
But it wouldn't be a novel.
推理小説は所詮娯楽書。
Mystery novels are for entertainment after all.
完全犯罪の指南書にはなり得ないんだから。
They can't be instruction manuals for perfect crimes. I was trying hard to talk cheerfully to fool her, but inside, I was excited. Special tools, strange geography, mysterious drugs, traps involving huge sums of cash. None of them were needed for the perfect crime. I find it funny that he's referencing all these things. Special tools like ritual implements, strange geography. I don't know, what could he be referencing by this? Some old basement in the Sonozaki estate? Mysterious drugs like the ones that Rika had on her? Traps involving huge sums of cash? Maybe? Satoko's traps? The important thing was that there wasn't a beginning. As long as the incident didn't come to light, it would be fine. Speaking broadly, if I could kill him without anyone finding out and dispose of the corpse somewhere no one could find, it would basically already be a perfect crime. I mean, he would be considered a missing person, but to be honest, given his history, it could just be said that he ran away off somewhere, leaving Satoko alone again. Of course, if someone up and vanished one day all of a sudden, people would get suspicious, but not of him. But that didn't apply to this man. Last year, after their aunt died, he ran away from the village in fear of Oyashiro-sama. When the night of Atanagashi came around again, everyone would have to think that he ran away in fear again. I don't think it's quite that easy. I think the police would still investigate it, given how someone does disappear every year, and if Keiichi is the one responsible for making someone disappear this year, they're gonna be looking into this. At least Satoko alone would be staying with Rikaya. She would be better off in the long run, but I don't know if he can pull this off. It's not like Satoko's uncle lives in the middle of nowhere. He lives in the middle of Hinamizawa with people around there. How is he gonna overcome a man that's probably like twice his size? There's one police officer who doesn't believe it's a curse. Yep, that makes it even worse. So Oishi's definitely gonna look into this. And Oishi probably knows there's some form of abuse happening to Satoko, so he would only have to figure out what has been going on for the past few weeks or days. And he would very quickly have a list of suspicious individuals. And that would contain Keiichi. So he is not gonna get this done with very smoothly, I think. I mean, he had been living with a lover of his in town. No matter what it felt like when he vanished, no one would be suspicious. People hated him after all. No one would care where he went if he disappeared. When I thought about it like that, it got easier and easier to imagine killing him. There was no point in thinking inside my house anymore. I left getting my bike out of the garage. For now, it didn't matter where I was going. I just rode through the wind, trying to calm my excitement by feeling the cool air on my body. Where I'd kill him, how I'd do it, what time, and how to dispose of the corpse. If I just had those 4 things, I could get a good plan going. I was so surprised at how little there was to decide that I shivered. I've been completely prepared to build this humongous plan over a really long period of time. But if I could just get these little things in order, I could put it into motion. He's thinking this is way too easy. Today was Saturday. I would have to kill him on the night of Adanagashi. So as long as I was standing in for Oyashiro-sama, I only had 24 hours remaining. Satoko, just hang on for 24 more hours. Can't even imagine having to suffer through even more, but please hold out for a little longer. I know you can't even last another second, I know that, but please just hold out. Your Nini will save you for sure. It's very sweet, but this is gonna go so wrong. Outside, it was still early enough for the cicadas to be crying. Early afternoon. Evening was still a long way off. I looked at the sky. At some point, it had gotten cloudy. What an ominous soundtrack! Come to think of it, as I left the house, I heard on the TV that the weather forecast was calling for a chance of rain on Sunday. The sky was the color of lead. Lead, sorry, not lead. If I heard a little bit of thunder, I'd definitely have expected a sudden evening shower. My first destination was school. Before explaining why I was going there, I needed to explain what method for killing that man I had decided upon. I decided that the most suitable death, the one I needed to give him, was the same as last year's curse, the same as the punishment their aunt had received, being beaten to death. Oh, is he gonna really grab the metal bat? He's really gonna be like Satoshi. Wouldn't beating him to death be somewhat unreliable? You may think that stabbing him with a blade would be more reliable, but this was something I had chosen after a lot of thought. Just need to think realistically. The law, it prohibited carrying any blades longer than 10 centimeters, I think. So the blades available to me, even the longest ones, were still limited to things shorter than a ruler. Well, yeah. I mean, it worked for Satoshi, and we have seen that he has the strength to beat people into a pulp if he wants to. Beating to death is very unreliable. It also gets you covered in blood from head to toe. And where would you do this? In his house? You can probably understand how tricky it would be with such a short reach to go up against an opponent that might fight back. In that case, a weapon with more reach like a staff would be far more advantageous. It might not be quite as inherently lethal, but since you could just keep hitting the guy until you killed him, the end result was the same. So what's a staff-like deadly weapon, terrifyingly powerful and also imminently portable? By this point, you should immediately think of a metal baseball bat. The way this whole sentence is phrased is hilarious. It's hilarious. Yeah, no, not by how he beat up Rena and Mion last time. No, no, no. But by the logic of it, of course. Yay! I don't need to explain how terrifying a metal baseball bat can be as a weapon. A special note is the fact that you can carry one around in broad daylight and not be thought of as suspicious. It depends. Just those 2 points would have been enough to choose a metal bat for my weapon. But there was one more reason for choosing a metal bat in particular. I will speak about it later. Okay. This is kind of written in a way, like as a... It's written in a way that makes this look like a mystery novel. He isn't speaking to himself. He's speaking to you. Like, speaking to a reader? And the music and everything? This is the mystery novel arc, guys. Hello! Thank you, Wolfman, for the follow. Come in, how are you? I don't know about Keiichi, but given that how the uncle thinks, he probably have his guard up in the first place. Yup. Yeah, he has a special connection to that bat. Don't ask why you have the bat, just say you're practicing your swing. Exactly, perfect cover-up. One day before a mysterious killing happens and everything is perfect. Paranoia Agent the anime, pretty much. I have no idea what's going on. Higurashi is a very cool horror VN that you should definitely check out. But yeah, we're just reading it. There's unfortunately some child abuse happening in this chapter, which is why we have a trigger warning. But yeah, things are getting very interesting. We're planning a murder right now. He's speaking as if he's talking to Oyashiro-sama? Interesting thought. At least bring a baseball with you? Yeah, don't just bring the bat with you, maybe. That would make you feel less suspicious. But yeah, I kind of like how this is all written. I like it. After school that Saturday, my classmates were still having fun playing in the schoolyard. I could show up there and it would be the same way as always, so nobody will think I'm suspicious. Getting my hands on the weapon without looking suspicious was actually a factor I couldn't ignore. I didn't normally play baseball, so if I went to a sports store looking for a metal bat, it would be definitely suspicious. I can't let there be a beginning to the story, so I needed to be really careful even about that. That left school at a location at which my appearance wouldn't be suspicious. I would acquire the weapon. Can't he do this the day of the murder where they don't have classes? Where his classmates wouldn't see him carrying the metal bat home? I checked inside the classroom through the window, but of course, there was nobody there. The only students who would stay in there were me and the others when doing club activities. Without us, the classroom after school was just an empty, unused room. Without glancing around nervously, as if I'd just gone to get something I'd forgotten, I casually went in the entrance. And there's an ad break right now, so we have to take another quick break, unfortunately. School would be locked up, I think. Probably, yeah. Okay. Let me take another quick break. And we'll get straight back into it. Rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, and we'll be back in 3 minutes. Hello, I am back. Hope you guys were also able to take a quick break. I haven't fished in a while, so let me just fish while we start back up. Thanks, guys. Welcome back to YouTube. Without glancing around nervously, as if I'd just gone to get something I'd forgotten, I casually went in the entrance. It looked like the teacher was busy with paperwork in the teacher's lounge. I didn't see her in the hallway. Naturally, yet quickly as a shadow, I entered the classroom. The empty room was full of strange, stagnant air that you couldn't feel normally. An empty classroom with nobody there. Music is very creepy, it's very mysterious. Maybe, while no one was around, the desks creep about of their own accord, licking the floors of clean of dirt. What? If I suddenly stepped into a place like that, would the desks in their surprise fly at me, crush my bones, and eat me alive? What is happening?
バカバカしい。
That's ridiculous. It is. I felt regret at wasting valuable thinking time on stupid delusions. The students' lockers were lined up in the back of the classroom. The one I was looking for wasn't my own. It was a forbidden locker. One I had accidentally discovered one day.
あった。北条。
Here it is. Hojo.
間違いない。
This has to be it. One person has one locker, then why would only Satoko have two? I wonder if that's why he checked them out. It has this tone that it tries to come off as casual, but it meanders off into nonsensical sounds before snapping back to trying to sound normal. Kind of. I can see what you mean, but it's clearly a little off. I'd made a fuss about it once. After that, I learned it was Satoshi's locker, and he had the same last name as her. Of course, he did. But of course, even though it was a locker for a student no longer here, looking inside it was still a shameless act. For one time, I let my curiosity get the better of me and took a peek inside. Inside it was average and worthless. And at the time, I hadn't been interested, so until now I'd forgotten what had been in it. But now that I had, dare I say it, awakened? I remembered the thing that had been there. I opened the locker and a stench of mold and sweat wafted out like a gym storehouse that hadn't been cleaned in weeks. My face puckered up at the stench, but I looked for it. Not the bells! The bells! The bells hinting that he had the same thing happen to him! Satoshi was on Coach's baseball team. Inside the locker was a Hinamizawa fighter's uniform. And it. The one Satoshi used. The metal bat. The bells are so eerie, it is insane. They're so creepy. The old murder weapon. If we are correct, and it really is Satoshi, which I feel like the bells ringing as we find the metal bat is kind of suspicious. Wouldn't it have blood on it? Maybe he cleaned it, but why would he put it back? Yes, this was the reason I wanted to choose this bat. This murder would be carried out by me, but this wasn't originally my role, it was Satoshi's. But I would stand in for him and call myself Satoko's Nini. It was one of the rules for standing in for him. I reached for the metal bat and grasped it firmly. It was light, and yet its tip had enough heft in it, enough to easily imagine the horror if I brought it down with all my might. Satoshi, I'll give you one last chance to save your sister. Lend me your strength. You're a coward, but I will stand in for you. So if you still care even a little bit about her, you will lend me your strength. There's no more suitable weapon in the world for putting that man to death than your bat. As to not be found suspicious, I mean, I guess putting it in the school's locker would actually be probably the best place to put it and to get rid of it. Now, I just need to figure out where to hide it. Couldn't he, like, have brought a bag or something to put it into? Tomorrow, before the act, I would just stop by the school and grab it. Because I couldn't ignore the possibility someone would see me bringing it home and think it was strange. But if I left it here, that wouldn't be a problem. Plus, tomorrow was Sunday. Not only that, it was the day of the biggest festival in the whole village. Nobody would be coming to school. I left out the entrance and went back over to a construction vehicle parked nearby. We'd been warned by our teacher not to touch it just for laughs, so none of the kids would come near the vehicle either. Imagine if the one day this construction vehicle suddenly disappears is the day that we don't need it to disappear. It's been here for so long. It's part of the environment now. I feel like someone else is going to intervene. For some reason, I feel like he is going to end up making the kill. I'm pretty confident that that's what's going to happen. They wouldn't build the suspense for this and then not make it happen. I really hope I'm right. I really want to see how this goes. They wouldn't, because if she found out they touched it, they'd be in huge trouble. I quietly hid it in the shadow of the vehicle. The chances of someone operating the vehicle tomorrow were slim to none, because tomorrow was Sunday. Government workers had the day off, and from what my classmates had said, the thing had been left here for years now. Machines that haven't been moved in years, we can't just suddenly start them up again. So I was almost definitely fine in this case. That was scary for a second. The sunlight was piercingly hot, my head grew faint for a moment. Had the heat been this harsh for the entire day? A moment of dulled thoughts like this was a moment of carelessness. I gave myself a couple of hits in the head, then looked around wearily. Oh yeah, that's gonna help your state currently. Okay, next, how to dispose of the corpse. Well, for that you have to establish where you're gonna do it first. Disposing of the corpse. The ultimate way to not to create a beginning was to not let the corpse be found. It was even more important than killing him. Oh. Oh. Is he really gonna go through with this in a ritualistic way? That is very interesting. That he would choose the swamp. I wonder if this is because he actually is thinking of this himself, or because he is kind of possessed by a demon, or Oyashiro-sama? Thinking on it vaguely, the first thing that came to mind was the swamp. Onigafuchi, the dreadful bottomless swamp revered even now, that appeared in the legends of Onigafuchi village. Yes, the swamp called Onigafuchi was here first, and then the village took its name to become Onigafuchi village. In other words, this swamp was the origin of Onigafuchi village. No one, no matter who it was, would float back to the surface of this bottomless swamp. Everyone would be swallowed down into the land of the demons below the earth. That was how the stories went. If I was trying to copy Oyashiro-sama's curse, then I felt that theory demanded I discard the remains and the weapon into the swamp. But they may have said it's bottomless, but I didn't actually know. Probably isn't bottomless. People say large creatures like humans produce a lot of gas when they rot, granting a lot of buoyancy. It was why using fairly heavy objects to hold people down didn't work. Come to think of it, with a curse the year before last, Rika-chan's mother drowned herself in this swamp. So they haven't been found? Yeah, they haven't been found. Technically, it could be okay to dump them in here, but knowing Keiichi's luck, it's gonna go wrong. He has to be possessed. Him thinking through all of this and following through correctly is usually not something Keiichi does. It isn't. This is also a very odd location for him to choose. I mean, it makes sense, but this is very weird. Maybe it's just a funny coincidence that he would choose something the offerings would be put into, the ones that, you know, go missing. The criminal behind the dismemberment that went missing the year of the first curse too, it was rumored he tried to discard the body in the swamp and accidentally drowned in it. I never heard of the corpse coming back up or them finding it. Then shouldn't I choose to discard the corpse there too? Couldn't discard the weapon there. I could discard the weapon there. And then, for example, if her uncle came out on a motorcycle and attacked, it would be convenient to get rid of the bike too. Wait, what? What kind of scenario is he envisioning here? A motorcycle? He's gonna attack Keiichi with a motorcycle and he's gonna get rid of the motorcycle in the swamp too? Huh? The fact that his classmates collectively were shocked by his eyes specifically isn't a coincidence. Mion had the same thing happen. So did Rena, I think. Yeah, in the last chapter too, she also had those eyes. I knew that Totoko's uncle generally used a motorcycle for transportation. But as for the corpse, how would you get it there? After a lot of worrying, I decided not to discard the corpse in the swamp. The drowning, suicide, and accident were both rumors. Nobody knew if they'd actually happened. There were no lack of false rumors about the drowning suicide anyway, and it was possible the murderer hadn't drowned there and was still on the run. That meant no one had ever confirmed a corpse being dropped in there and then not coming back up. Yeah, that's all just rumors. Then what would I do with the body? I thought it might be interesting to go with the first incident, cut him to pieces and hide him, but the preparation and work for dismembering a human body would be difficult, given the amount of time I had. The fact that he's even considering doing something so messed up, he wouldn't be able to go through with this. It's not as simple as just taking a knife, like chopping some vegetables. You have to go through bone and everything. Not exactly. Rena looked hysterical, but they were the same kind of eyes when she was around Satoko in shock and chewing out Keiichi. Those are not the eyes that I was thinking of. I was thinking of the very specific picture that they show every time someone is going absolutely batshit crazy. Let me see. Hold on. There you go. These ones. These are the ones that have shown up in every single chapter so far. for Rena and for Mion. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is what they actually saw. You think of it too much. The more you move things, the more things he takes with him, the more stuff is left behind. Yeah. I don't know where Satoko lives, but maybe he can discard him somewhere in the area? I missed that then or forgot? They've shown this very briefly. They don't show it after that anymore. Actually, was it Rena that had these eyes, or was it the people that were chasing him up in the mountains when he was running away from those two guys? Was it them who had the eyes? It doesn't matter. It was possessed people, that's what matters. That is what they saw, damn no wonder they asked, because that is scary as hell. Definitely the curse, definitely. Rena had those eyes? Yeah, I wasn't sure. I thought, yeah, I think she did. Yeah, Mion 100% had these eyes. She had them, I think, when she was shaking the ladder like crazy. I thought it might be interesting to go with the first incident, cut him into pieces, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, very unrealistic. With that out of the question, I arrived at the conclusion to go with the more orthodox method of burying her body. Her body? The body, not her body. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. Then, where I would bury it was a question related to where I would kill him. I'm sorry. Of course, I wanted to keep my time and proximity to the body at a minimum. With that in mind, I would want to dig the hole to dump the body in beforehand and to make the location of the act and the hole close together. Digging a hole is not a good idea. You'd have to dig pretty deep for things like dogs not to, make note of it. Because it will decompose, it will start to smell, animals will start to become interested in it. It will also show where you have dug up a hole. It's not like the earth just looks the same after having a hole cut into it, basically, and then having more dirt shoveled on top of it. It doesn't look the same. It looks very suspicious. I think given Mion's history and knowledge, her seeing Keiichi in that state would be more than alarming, right? Maybe? But she did say she never saw those eyes ever before. She has never seen them. From what she said anyway. Yeah, digging a hole takes forever. It takes so much effort. And yeah, dragging the body of someone who's probably twice your size? Not easy. The choice of where to plan the crime, that I needed to be absolutely careful and thorough with. It had to be somewhere nobody would witness it, and a place with hiding places for a sneak attack. I could dig a hole for the body right there. I go over the possibilities in my head of the various destinations her uncle would head to from Satoko's house. I imagined a map of the area in my head, and then I found a place that fulfilled those conditions so easily it was almost unbelievable. Okay. You have to dig so that the body is standing up? So that it's easier to dig the hole? Or what exactly? Like a swamp-like place that is gonna fill with sludge the moment you go deep enough? You have to either get as far away from the swamp as you can, but even that, I think Hinamizawa is there's just so much water around that the floor, if you dig deep enough, it's just gonna be all damp and ew and swampy. A bit of a back road that went through the woods. I didn't think her uncle would go deeper into the mountains of Yaguchi on a whim. If he was going somewhere, he'd pass through these woods first. And nobody used this back way unless they had something to do at Satoko's house or one or two other places. This path was fantastically ideal as few people used it. I would wait for him in these woods. Would an ambush actually be possible? I went into the trees and tried really hiding myself in a few places. It was extremely quiet. My senses could be sharpened here to their maximum amount. I didn't know when he'd come, but I'd wait right here for Satoko's uncle. Didn't he say... If he was going somewhere, he'd pass through these woods first. Does he have to go through the woods to get anywhere? That's kind of strange. He had a main road right in front of his house. Why wouldn't he use that? Unless he wants to lure him in there. Put something on top of the head. Either way, so much work. It is not a good plan. Pretty sure he doesn't? Yeah. He's really putting this day to use to actually plotting out a murder. He should go through with this after after all of this. Yeah, there should be a main road. It doesn't make sense for the uncle to go through here. I don't see this making a whole lot of sense, but maybe he's cooking. I don't know. I didn't know when he'd come, but I'd wait right here for Satoko's uncle. I actually had some trouble coming to that decision. The question arose of whether I should actually somehow call the man out. Okay. Was there a risk I'd be taking by luring him here? That man made Satoko do all the shopping and errands. He seldom left on his own business. He wouldn't leave unless I worked out a plan to force him to, would he? That was the question. Tomorrow was the Watanagashi festival. Would he go out for the festival or would he stay inside? If he stayed inside, how would I drag him out of the house? I would assume he would stay at home? Due to his fear from Oyashiro-sama? I just want to see him fail. I actually want to see him succeed for once. Plotting doesn't seem sound. It looks more like he's just spitballing random stuff as a form of copium. I mean, if he's really willing to go through with this, at least he's putting in some thought. I mean, it's gonna go wrong either way, right? So, might as well make the best out of it. He's trying to think of something very quickly. So, well, he's trying, I guess. If he stayed inside, how would I drag him out of his house? That's right. Wouldn't he make Satoko go to the festival? Satoko would go to the festival. Meanwhile, I would call the man. This is Okinomiya police station. We have the young lady from your house. Could you come and pick her up immediately? So, he has to come pick her up in the woods? And how does he have her number? Like her phone number from the house? Does he have that? Kind of afraid that Sadako is going to find out or get involved during this plot. I really hope not. Didn't even have to be the police. This is the clinic. The young lady from your house has been injured. Please come and pick her up. Yes, that would work too. I claimed to be the police or the hospital, told him to come, and then hung up on him. He'd rush there trying to figure out what was going on, wouldn't he? And just the other day, he was visited by a probation officer. He wouldn't suddenly grumble about having to get his niece and not go. It would look like child neglect. The man had no skills useful around the house. Satoko, his slave, was an essential part of his daily life. Conclusion. If he went out to the festival, I would attack him here on his way there or back. If he didn't, I would lure him out by phone. So either way, it seems like he has to pass through there, I guess? I'm not sure, but if he says so... Keiji currently is a danger to everyone. He is. Mostly to himself. It would be convenient if I could make Mion take Satoko to the festival. She said her aunt was a district welfare officer. In other words, an ally to the probation officer. If I somehow incited Mion to take Satoko to the festival with her, well, being who she was, she'd use that fact and get her there. Satoko should just take a break and have fun at the festival with everyone. She should have a good time, reminisce on our former peaceful days, and when she went home, everything would be over. Yeah, that would be the best outcome. With that decided, I needed to dig a hole somewhere in the woods to hide the body. So it wouldn't stand out, so it wouldn't be found. Someplace nobody would see me while I was completely exposed as I buried the corpse. This is not a good plan. It won't be over. Yeah, this is... I mean, aside from this obviously not working out, it doesn't end with her uncle just disappearing into thin air. I doubt that no one is gonna investigate this. Especially since we haven't seen Oishi in a while. I can't imagine him not coming back this chapter. It's just causing more and more problems. I think so too, unfortunately. I really wish this was a sound plan. I don't think even killing the uncle will help her out. It may lead to Satoko to do some very drastic things. I think she'd be relieved. But yeah, it definitely will not be as easy as he's making it out to be. I had wanted it to be close at the scene of the crime, but it naturally grew farther away. Deep in the bosom of the Black Forest, the voices of the Higurashi were the only sounds here, informing that people shouldn't indiscreetly set foot in this place.
穴を掘るか。
Digging a hole, huh? Digging a hole with so many tree roots crawling around the ground would be far more difficult than I'd envisioned. I snuck a gardening spade out here in my bag, but that wouldn't be enough. Still, as I looked into various approaches, I managed to find a place I could dig into. Tomorrow, I'd bring a real shovel from the storeroom at home. Okay, so he can bring the bat to his home, but he can't bring a shovel all the way out here? How does that work? She could feel relieved, or she interprets it in a different way and completely lose it, blaming herself. I really hope that's not the case. But if she ends up having to leave that place now, that she's family-less or moved into a much worse situation, every outcome sucks. Her staying in this situation also sucks. So either way, it's a shitty outcome. Just have to think and see what would be the less shitty outcome, even if it's like by 1 point. 1 point less shitty, you know? And I feel like this could be potentially less shitty. It has the potential to be ever so slightly better. I'd manage with that. I wondered how big a hole would have... How big a hole would have to be... Ugh. I wondered how big a hole would have to be to fit a human all the way into it. Well, at least his size. I probably have to dig pretty deep down. But if I was slipshod in these efforts, I'd let a beginning occur. I absolutely couldn't allow that. There's any amount of time you need to. I mustn't spare any effort to utterly erase him. I glanced at my wristwatch. It was a little past 6. This was probably all I was going to get done here for today. I really wanted to dig the hole in advance tonight, even if it got dark out, but Mom would be upset if I stayed out that late. And he didn't even bring the shovel! Uncle being gone may have a benefit, but the town being awful might actually pin it on Satoko. It would be the final nail, probably. But if he really does succeed in not letting the uncle be found, then I don't know. Maybe it could be okay. I doubt he's actually gonna succeed, but we'll see. It wouldn't be good to come off as suspicious to my parents. I needed to go back home and give Mion a call soon. I needed to get her to promise Satoko to take her by tonight. After that, today would be done. Done. Would it be, though? Was this really everything I could to prepare right now? I decided where to kill him. I decided how to kill him. I decided, of course, of how to dispose of the body. I didn't decide on a time, but I would play that by ear, okay. I didn't have a way to decide that. Was that really all? Was this really all right? Have I overlooked anything? A lot of stuff. Would this really go how I planned? No. After all this, worry started welling up one after another. It was only natural I'd be anxious. This would be the first and last big job of my lifetime. Could not allow failure, and I had no experience as this was my first time. I didn't have the know-how, the knack. So it was only natural I'd be anxious. Very mixed on this. Kind of wanted to fail, but it working is also alright. Knowing Higurashi it's gonna fail, or it's gonna end badly. Let's just put it that way. They're going off in the background, kind of, yeah. The dark clouds of unease told me doing nothing would be the easiest way, a truly pathetic suggestion this late in the game. Have you forgotten how miserable Satoko looked? From the outside, it may have looked like I was resolute, but deep in my heart, my knees were shaking loudly. I've never actually won a single fight to my satisfaction. Did I really kill someone? I may have been planning an ambush, but my enemy was large and far older than me. He had a scary face and he looked like he was well accustomed to fighting. Could I have all the pieces before and after the murder? All the pieces before and after the murder were perfectly planned. I wouldn't call it perfectly planned, but okay. Was the actual murder the most important part, what unsettled me the most? All my preparations, all of my perfectly concealed machinations. If I didn't successfully murder him, they amounted to nothing. I wouldn't call it perfectly concealed machinations, but okay. Damn it! After coming this far, you're pathetic, Keiichi Maibara. If you start to have these kind of second thoughts, your ulterior motive will be obvious. Let's go home. Go home and calm your mind. Tomorrow will be a juncture in your life, the likes of which graduation, employment, marriage, and childbirth couldn't hold a candle to. A day of murder, to kill someone for someone else's sake. With that day behind us, we would take it back again. Those mild, spring-like days we never thought would stop. Those safe, peaceful, fun times. I pedaled my bicycle hard to get back home. I felt somehow unsteady. Like my body and soul weren't in alignment. Subtle shift between where the tips of my hands and feet really were and where I felt them to be. He thinks like he's a mastermind at this stuff. There are other people who have been there before you, far wiser and got caught. There are so many reasons why something like this could go wrong, why something like this could fail. This is a high school student, at most. He has never done anything like this. And this is very last minute planning, if any planning is occurring at all, really. So this is very likely to fail. It would be so weird if all of this worked out perfectly in his favor. My vision was a little distant and narrow, as if the great barrier I risked my future life on had nothing to do with me. An unreal sensation. How could I put it? Everything was so far away. Fine. Feel your unease permeate you, Heichi Maibara. And that will turn your timidity into meticulousness and allow you to act with greater caution. And it's actually an important emotion to feel. This feeling I had never went away that night. Is it already night? Is it already the day? It was the first time I'd be calling Mion's house. I searched for her in the phone book the school gave me, then dialed a short number, the kind unique to remote places. It was around dinner time. He would probably be home. But just as I started to think nobody would respond, someone finally picked up the receiver.
はい、園崎です。
Hello, this is Sonozaki.
夜分遅くにすみません。
I like that we can hear both voices over the phone. Oh, I'm sorry for calling so late at night.
ミオンか。
Is this Mion?
どちら様です？
Huh? May I ask who's calling?
俺だよ。ケイジだ。
It's me, Keiichi.
ああ、ケイちゃんか。
Oh, Kei-chan. She sounded very unhappy.
何こんな時間に。
It's pretty late. What's up? She seemed to be in a weirdly good mood as she drew her syllables out. Right, it's the night before tomorrow's festival, so she's probably with her family, having some drinks.
悪いな、こんな時間に。
Sorry for the late call.
時間は大丈夫か？
Do you have time right now?
うん。何？
Sure. What is it?
さとこのことなんだけど。
It's about Satoko. She's like, oh boy, here we go again. Ah. I heard her draw in a small breath on the other end.
さとこ、大変なことになっちゃったね。
Satoko, she's in a pretty bad
大
spot.
丈夫かな？
I hope she's okay. The scent of sake had completely disappeared from her voice.
大丈夫なわけないだろ。
She can't be
お
okay.
前も見ただろ。
You saw too, didn't you?
あれ。
What she was like?
あんな擦り切れるまでにいじめ抜かれて
Hey, that was a weird switch for his voice. She was completely worn out from all the
俺
abuse.
たちはあんなになるまでずっと見捨ててきた。
He failed her all this time, and now she's become like that.
見捨ててたわけじゃないよ。
We didn't fail
み
her.
んな助けようとして必死に考えてたよ。
Everyone tried their hardest to help her.
でも結局何も。
And now they go back?
さとこを救えたわけじゃないだろ。
That is weird. It is. We didn't come up with anything, and we couldn't save
結
her.
局あんなになるまで俺たちは何もできなかった。
In the end, we couldn't do anything about it, and now she's become like that.
そうだね。
I guess you're right.
私は結局見てただけかも。
All I did was watch after all.
だからさ、
So, well,
せめて
at least...
一夜くらい遊ばせてやろうじゃないか。
Couldn't we at least let her have fun for one night?
遊ばせるって
Huh? Let her have fun?
あいつもいろいろと参ってるのわかるだろ
She's been so battered lately, you
う。
understand.
だからさ、
That's
明
why
日の綿流しのお祭りにあいつを連れて行ってやってほしいんだ。
I want you to take her to the Watanagashi festival tomorrow. She's gonna ask, why don't you take her?
それは構わないけど
I don't mind.
どうして？
But why?
どうしてって、
Why?
せめて祭りの夜くらい息抜きさせてやりたいじゃないか。
I want to give her a breather for at least the festival night, you know?
たとえ一夜でもあの意地悪なおじの元から離れられるなら、短い時間でもきっと聡子は喜ぶ。
Even if it's just for one night, if she can get away from her evil uncle, then I think she'll be happy. Even if it's only for a little while. He's really going to deceive Mion? I mean, she won't really know. At least I hope so. I hope she won't be magically dragged back into this shit.
だからどうして？
Pretty sure Mion won't be fooled that easy? I don't know. Do they mistrust Keiichi so much? Yes, but why?
どうしてって何がだよ。
Why what? Was having a little difficulty understanding what Mion was asking me.
どうして？
Why, well,
ケイちゃんが連れて行ってあげないの？
I mean, why don't you bring her, Kei-chan?
私に頼まなきゃならないの？
Why do you need me to, why do you need to ask me to do it? Yep, this is exactly why this isn't a good plan. Mion was persistent about odd things. It's not odd. No, maybe it'd be better to say that she was sharp.
俺実はちょっと明日は用事があってさ。
Oh my goodness. You could have just said, well, she freaked out when I tried to pet her head. I don't want to have a repeat of that or something. She seemed to calm down with Rena. Mistrust more so they can easily see between the lines. Yeah, they are sharp, as he said. Especially with what he is saying right here, everyone would think, wow, this guy is planning something. He's not a people person. When has he ever been? I actually have something to do tomorrow.
祭りには行けない。
I can't make it to the festival.
だから聡子、ミオンが連れて行ってやってほしい。
So I wanted you to take Satoko there for me.
用事って
Something to do.
大した用事じゃないんだ。
It's nothing
多
major.
分すぐに片付くと思うけど、ひょっとすると明日は合流できないかもしれない。
I'll probably finish quickly, but I might not be able to meet up with all of you. Yep, she has pretty much guessed what he's gonna do.
なあ、ミオン、
Hey, Mion.
明日の夜だけ聡子を頼めないか。
Oh my god, or this might be what Satoshi said. The way that she breathed for a second made me feel like she just recalled something similar happening. Oh my god. Ooh, ooh, oh no. It's something like going to the store to buy milk and never coming back. She knows. Yeah, I just got the feeling that she got remembered that Satoshi did the same thing. Hey Mion, can I leave Satoko to you? Just for tomorrow night? Mion took a long time to give her reply. I got the feeling that Mion had been acting weird for a while now. Like she was flustered by emotions or something.
いや、
Oh no, yeah, I think we're right. I'm sure it'll be fine. I sure hope so, but I don't think so in the slightest. Maybe the uncle that day did kill Satoko? Huh? No. Huh? Was that a sob? Mion, are you crying?
私嫌だって言ったじゃない。
I said no, I don't want to.
私なんかに押し付けられても困るって。
I don't want you to push this onto someone like me.
別に押し付けるつもりなんかないよ。
I'm not trying to push anything onto
明日
you.
の夜だけでいいんだ。
It's just for tomorrow night.
だったじゃない。
That was a lie. What? Mion, what was she talking about?
綿流しの夜だけって言って。
Yep. Satoshi did ask her to do the exact same thing. Oh, man. We really are just like him, aren't we? Saying it's just for the night of Watanagashi.
結局ずっとだった。
And then it was forever.
嘘つき。
Liar. I hate being right.
でもおあいこかな。
But I guess we're even, huh?
私全然あなたとの約束守ってないから。
I couldn't keep the promise I made with you.
あの子はずっとほったらかしだしね。
I left her alone all this time. I had no idea what to say to that. Mion was clearly now talking to someone other than me. I didn't know who. All I could do was listen to her in a daze.
あれからずっと帰ってこないのに、あの子のことをもう一度押し付けるためだけにまた電話をしてきたんですね。
I feel horrible for her. I feel so bad for her. Did we have to call her? Could we have called someone else? But the voice in the phone is actually Shion. No, don't do this to me, Amaris. We're not going down that rabbit hole. We're not going down that rabbit hole. She also hasn't appeared anymore since the beginning. Take that, Keiichi. Get all confused. You deserve it. You never came back after that, and now you called me again to push her onto me.
本当にずるい人。
You're so unfair.
ねえ、あなたサトシくんなんでしょ。
Hey, you're Tatashi-kun, aren't you?
ミオ、さっきから何の話だ？
And as per usual, he doesn't get it. Mion, what are you talking about? When I said her name, whatever spell was on Mion was released.
あ
I don't like that laugh. Please never laugh like that on the phone again. Maybe this is Shion, but I don't know. Probably not. Would be weird to bring in the switcheroo now, but I wouldn't put it past Ryukishi.
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
なんでもないの。
It's nothing.
ちょっとケイちゃんの今の電話にそっくりな電話を昔受けたことがあって。
It's just that I got a phone call a lot like the one you're making now a long time ago.
それ、ひょっとしてサトシか？
Was it from Satoshi? Mion didn't answer. All I could hear were sobs coming through the receiver.
ごめんね。
Sorry.
ちょっと私寝ぼけてるみたい。
Think I'm still a little tipsy.
変なとこで感情的になっちゃった。
I got all weirdly emotional.
ごめんね。焦ったでしょ。
Sorry, I probably scared you. Wow. I feel so bad for her right now. I really don't want to put this on her. Do we have to go through with this? A long time ago is not that long ago. It's like a year ago. I mean, it's been a long year for them, I'm sure. I had no idea how it happened, but I was pretty sure that last year, on this very day, Satoshi had called Mion and told her to bring Satoko to the festival. And when she asked why he needed her to do it, she replied the same way I just did.
サトシ、祭りに行かなかったんだな。
Satoshi didn't go to the festival, did he?
うん。
Yeah,
用事があるから自分は行けないって言って。
he said he had something to do and couldn't make it.
代わりに私にサトコを祭りに連れて行ってくれって。
And he told me to take Satoko there in his place.
その時、サトシも言ったんだな。
At the time, Satoshi said it too, didn't he?
里子を頼む。
That he'd leave Satoko to you?
うん、
Yeah,
言ったよ。
he did.
明日の夜だけ頼むってね。
Just for tomorrow night.
ケイちゃんの言い方があまりにもよく似てたんで。
The way you said it was just like how he did. Oh my god, are we really going through with this? We're gonna disappear like him. We're gonna disappear.
ちょっと思い出して取り乱しちゃった。
I just got a little upset, caught up in a memory and all. I didn't expect this. I thought she had given her the exact same phone call 1 year ago today. After that, Myeon had said more. That he was lying. That he told her it would only be for the night at the festival.
そうだったな。
I get it.
サトシはその数日後に消えた。
A few days later, Satoshi, he disappeared. Probably was thinking of a similar plan, like Keiichi's thinking of, and it didn't work out, so he had to go poof. Disappeared might have been a rather vague way to put it. Whether he ran away or not, Satoshi left, abandoning Satoko. Yes.
天候でもなく、家出でもなく、消えたの。
He didn't transfer or run away from home, he disappeared. And then an idea far more indistinct than even fog crossed my mind. Satoshi made the exact same phone call as me last year. Why would Satoshi make the exact same call? If, in the truest sense, he really made the exact same phone call as I am right now, then the incident where their aunt was beaten to death, that's... Could it...
サトシだ。
Oh, Satoshi.
え？
Well, what a funny coincidence. We're doing the exact things as he is, always, in every chapter, almost. And Satoshi died by one of Satoko's traps, you think? That would be kind of insane. What a funny thought.
何が？
Huh? What was that? Last year, Satoko had been constantly abused by her uncle's wife. Their aunt, too. Her aunt abused her the most, and on that night, in the name of Oyashiro-sama's curse, she was taken from this world. I thought about that, everything made perfect sense, didn't
去
it?
年、サトコのおばが殴り殺されたじゃないか。
You don't have to make it worse for her, too. You don't have to tell her about your suspicions. Last year, Satoko's aunt was beaten to death, wasn't she?
あれ、サトシってことは考えられないか。
You basically just spoiled his plans to her, too. Would it be impossible for Satoshi to have... No, but that would mean... But then, Satoshi, he was a coward who abandoned Satoko and ran away, wasn't he? How could Satoshi resolve himself to kill a person to save Satoko? It was unthinkable, was it? You're doing the exact same thing! It would be ironic idea though, trying to save your sister only to get done dirty by one of your sister's evil traps. It would be sad.
私も実はそれを疑ったことがある。
I actually considered that as well,
サトシには悪いけど、
though it'd be mean to Satoshi. A few days later, he disappeared. On Satoko's birthday. When I first heard it, I flew into a rage. What a cruel day to have run away on. But now that I thought about it like this, the story changed completely. Satoshi had probably been even less calm than I was now. He was a big brother related by blood, watching his little sister be abused day in and day out. Maybe that's why he couldn't keep calm. And that was why the corpse of their aunt beaten to death was so easily discovered. Satoshi lost himself in his anger and hadn't hidden the corpse. Corpse? Heiichi thinks he's better than Satoshi. He thinks he's super smart and that he won't be found out, but little does he know. He'd permitted a beginning to occur. The police conducted a full-blown investigation. It was easy to imagine they wouldn't take long to pin down Satoshi as the culprit. Satoshi, he wished for a return to peaceful days with Satoko, and though he achieved it for a time, he had been steadily driven into a corner. And then he wanted to at least hold out until Satoko's birthday. But finally, they nailed him. At the time, Satoshi had been carrying the savings he'd amassed to buy Satoko a giant stuffed animal for a birthday present. He would buy the stuffed animal as her gift and then get caught. Or he could use the money and disappear. That was the choice he had been forced to make. And he decided to not make Satoko the sister of a murderer. Well, does that mean Keiichi's also gonna dip? If that was the case, then it must have been an unspeakably bitter decision. All that money he'd saved wanting to see Satoko happy, he had to use it to make her sad. And he used the savings and disappeared to Tokyo if the rumors were true.
サトシはそれで消えたのか。
Was that how Satoshi disappeared?
それはわからない。
I don't know.
大石なんかはそう思ってるみたいだけどね。
That Oishi guy seems to think that way though. Oh, we're circling back to him now. Oishi. Had he been slowly driven into a corner by that repulsive man's pig-headed pursuit?
確かに状況証拠は揃ってるけど、多分ケイちゃんの推理は外れだと思う。
There's gonna be an ad break in 4 minutes. I can't snooze it anymore. So I think let's take a break very quickly right now since we're not in a super intense situation right now. And we will be right back. So if you need to take a break, rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, feel free to do that right now. I'm gonna do a little fishing, and I will also be right back. Oh, I made it back just in time. There we go. Okay, okay. Thank you. Welcome back to you too. Got some more water. I'm drinking a lot this stream, which is good, which is always good. Okay. The circumstantial evidence is all there, but I think your deduction is wrong.
県内のどっかで捕まったろくでなしが犯行を自供したっていうし。
They caught some lowlife somewhere in the prefecture, and he apparently turned himself in for the crime. Oh, wait. I have a slight suspicion. I mean, it's pretty obvious that it was probably Satoshi. But the reason this guy turned himself in, didn't they say he was some kind of drug, user? Who do we know that has access to drugs? The Sonozaki family, Rika as well. They could have made him confess to that crime very easily to conceal the truth that it was actually Satoshi. That doesn't, get Oishi off his back, obviously, but for the most part. Got me some awa, maybe some tea. Yeah, I'm also craving some tea. Especially Rika, yeah, that was specifically mentioned last chapter, which now seems to make a lot of sense. I was right. The deviant had confessed and the incident was
そい
solved.
つは本当にただの異常者で、ひなみ沢とは何の縁もない男だったって。
They said he really was just a crazy person and that he had no ties to Hinamizawa.
もちろんサトシとも何の関係もない。
And no relationship with Satoshi, of course.
だからそんな奴がサトシの身代わりになって嘘をついてくれたなんて
I
到底
mean,
思えないし。
I have a pretty hard time believing the guy would lie in Satoshi's place. You couldn't just arbitrarily decide like that. You never know where or how humans are tied together. That guy took the blame. The blame? The blame, and then it was the perfect crime. Of course, if it was really a perfect crime, there would have been no reason for Satoshi to vanish.
それにサトシには逃亡資金なんてなかったと思う。
The blame played? Whoosh! Ugh. It's already been 4 hours. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Been a long time. But we're gonna keep going a little longer. Plus, I don't think Satoshi had the kind of money to run away.
サトシが預金を下ろした日、
That day, he withdrew all his
こ
savings.
れは誰に言っても信じてくれないんだけど、
No matter who I tell this to, nobody believes me, but
サトコのために買うと言ってたぬいぐるみが売れてショーケースからなくなってたの。
yeah, he didn't run away. He stayed. He got selected as the guy to get demoned away. That's it. But if it wasn't her, then who was it? If it wasn't her family, then who? That stuffed animal he said he was buying for Satoko. It was gone from the display. Sold.
きっとサトシが買ったに違いない。
It must have been Satoshi.
ちょっと待てよ。
Wait a
こっ
minute.
ちに使わないで、ぬいぐるみを買うために使ったなら、サトコのところへ帰るはずだろ。
Pretty sure it was Satoko? What was Satoko? The killing? Of Satoshi? Huh? Why? Okay, I mean, I don't know if I want to know why. I mean, why? She is on the cover for this chapter, so it would fit? But what? Maybe she's not saying sorry about Uncle, but to her Nini instead? Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know. That is... I don't want to think about that. That would be so messed up. That would be so messed up. That would be so fucked up. I can't. Okay. I'm gonna keep that in the back of my mind. Right now, that seems very convoluted. But it doesn't seem out of the question. Ryukishi, especially after the last chapter where he did some pretty messed up stuff, I can see it, and I'm scared. I'll think on it. It's not the most unrealistic thing to happen. Oh my, oh my, oh my. But if that is the author's intention, maybe? I can see it, but oh my. That would be so messed up. Okay, we'll keep that in mind as we keep going, but oh my. Wait a minute, if he didn't use the money to flee, he bought the stuffed animal instead, he would have gone back to Satoko, wouldn't he?
ぬいぐるみを買ってそれを届けもせずに蒸発するなんて考えられない。
It seems unbelievable he'd buy it and then disappear without having given it to her. Yeah.
だからわからなくなっちゃうんだよ。
So now I don't know what
ま
happened.
とまったお金があるならともかく、貯金を全部使っちゃったなら、サトシは無一文。
It would be one thing if he had the money, but if he used all his savings on it, he'd be totally broke.
お金もなく逃亡生活ができるほど世の中は甘くないよ。
You can't live life on the run without money in this world. It's like last time we were talking about Corpse Party and I did that big brain thing and you and Didi were like, Zam has been waiting for this day. Yeah, you're cooking sometimes. I don't know what you have on specific days, but damn. I didn't get it. After all of that, I was understanding Satoshi less and less. The two of us fell silent. I can't remember how we even got on this topic.
ごめん。
Sorry.
どこで話が脱線しちゃったんだか。
I think we got off topic.
サトコの件ね。安心していいよ。
Satoko, right? Don't worry.
実はもうちゃんと誘ってあるんだよ。
I actually already invited her.
本当かよ。
You serious?
祭りの準備でみんなで神社に行った時さ、サトコを祭りに呼ぼうって話になったんだよ。
When everyone went to the shrine to prepare for the festival, we started talking about getting Satoko to the festival itself.
それで集会所の電話でそのまま電話して誘ったんだ。
So then I used the phone at the assembly hall to invite her.
おじのやつ、よそよそしくて勝手にしろみたいな感じだったけど、とりあえず OK はしてくれた。
Her uncle was acting distant and didn't seem to care at all, but in any case, we got the okay from him. Well, that's nice.
明日みんなで待ち合わせしていくことになってるんだよ。
We decided to all meet up and go tomorrow together.
安心した？
You okay with that?
サトシ。
Satoshi.
バカ。俺はサトシじゃないって。
Stupid, I'm not Satoshi. I was a little relieved. I hadn't needed to make the phone call. Satoko had already been invited to the festival. And not in a way that smelled of blood, a way to leave her uncle alone to create time for me to kill him. They purely wanted Satoko to enjoy herself, so they invited her. Mion just casually telling Keiichi to do it? Ooh. I mean, he basically told her that this was his plan by insinuating that if Satoshi made the same phone call to her, if that meant that he had killed their aunt. So I wouldn't put it past her to understand what he is up to. In the end, it was the same, but I was happy for that slight difference.
すまないな。
Sorry.
俺が電話をするまでもなかった。
I guess I didn't need to call then.
昨日にしろ今日にしろ変な話ばかりしてすまないな。
First yesterday, now today. Sorry for, saying such weird things.
忘れてくれ。
Just forget about it.
こっちこそ本当に申し訳ない。
No, I'm the one who should apologize.
誰にもなく取り乱しちゃって
Losing it like that isn't like me.
本当にごめん。
I'm really sorry. We apologized to each other for a little bit.
じゃあ俺はこれで失礼するな。
Alright, I'll be going
お
now.
やすみ。
Good night.
何の用事？
She knows. What did you have to do? As if interrupting our parting words, Myeon struck straight where it hurt.
それもまたサトシと同じように言えない？
Or is it like with Satoshi, where you can't say?
バカ。
Stupid.
だから俺はサトシじゃないって言ってるだろ。
I keep telling you I'm not Satoshi. Things are going way too smoothly. Oh, don't worry. We're gonna come to an abrupt halt, I'm sure. Just a happy ending chapter. I mean, it would be pretty funny if Higurashi just decided to do one happy chapter. It would be very welcome. Yeah.
そんなのは分かってるよ。
Yeah, I know that. I deflected her with a response that wasn't really an answer. Myeon didn't hound me anymore after that.
じゃあ今度こそおやすみな。
Alright, this time for real. Good night.
どうしてケイちゃんがサトシ君と全く同じ電話をしてきたのかわからないけれど。
I don't know why you're giving me the same phone call as Satoshi-kun did, but
なんでもない。
yeah, never mind.
ごめんね。おやすみ。
I'm sorry. Good night. I think she's giving us her okay.
切るぞ。
I'm hanging up. Satoshi Hojo, just who are you? I scorned you as a coward who ran away, abandoning his sister. I always thought you didn't have the right to call yourself her Nini. But now, I didn't know what to think. Oyashiro-sama's curse on the 4th year, their aunt's death and Satoshi's disappearance. And now, me trying to carry out Oyashiro-sama's curse on the 5th. Oddly enough, what I was going to do overlapped perfectly with Satoshi the day before the curse. I can only imagine the epilogue after party after this, jeez. It's gonna be very awkward. Maybe Satoshi's finally gonna make an appearance. Keiichi's gonna kill the uncle, then hang out with everyone in the festival. Renna's gonna hau, Satoko's gonna oh ho ho. And Rika will go kawaiso, kawaiso. 100%. The full... What is it? How many people is it? The full trifecta? Yeah? If we add Keiichi into the mix, he would just be screaming like a maniac saying degen things. And then, you know, you add Mion on top of that. She's gonna go with her old man laugh again. You do you, boo-boo. Go ahead. We need oh ho ho from Satoko again, but a genuine one this time, not a sad one. She hasn't oh ho ho'd her last oh ho ho, you know? No, that wasn't all. If we start back from Satoko being abused, then I'd been overlapping with Satoshi for days already. When I talked to Mion before, she asked me if I was Satoshi. If that was the first impression a third party like Mion got, then it was probably true. And as Satoshi had accomplished, I would succeed in the murder. That was the extent of which we overlapped. I was far calmer than Satoshi, and more calculating. I could actually grow calmer the more enthusiastic I became. That's why I wouldn't follow in Satoshi's footsteps. I would snip him cleanly out of the world, then get our peaceful life back. Maybe Satoshi had been with me ever since I chose to use Satoshi's bat as my weapon. No, maybe even longer than that. But I decided I'd be her Nini. Maybe Satoshi had been residing within me then too. Satoshi, were you really a coward? Or are you a true Nini even now? A kind worthy of Satoko's love? I need to record more oh ho ho sounds, please do. Heiichi called himself calculated is the joke of the century. I mean, he called himself basically a god for coming up with this plan, so this whole thing is just too funny. I'd never met him, never spoken to him, didn't even know his face, and yet I felt so connected to him. I'd never felt that way before. Ooh, ooh, the suspense building. Oh, one singular tip. That was a short chapter. My goodness, I didn't think I could get through that in, like, what was it? A little over an hour? That's kind of crazy. Was it? No, it was longer. It was 2 hours? That was pretty short. Oh, sorry. Maybe I should have read the title. More big brains, am idea? That makes this even more confusing and convoluted. But if Satoshi did do that to the aunt, and Oyashiro-sama got upset that Satoshi decided to defy him, so he used his curse power to take over people like he normally does, but did it to Satoko? That could be it. I don't see any other way for her to kill him if it wasn't for that, basically. Heiichi, Satoko is almost worthy of being her Nini, not quite as good as you who know Satoko, Satoko for a month-ish. You know, he is worthy of being her Nini because he is her actual brother. Murder time? Well, this is only a tip, so no murder yet. July 1982, so 1 year before this is all taking place. Okinomiya police station. Oh, I mean, of course, this is about the murder of the aunt, I think. So it would make sense for this to be 1 year ago. Okinomiya police station first Can I read? Investigative division? Chief Takasugi. Something prefecture police headquarters for the eradication of drug-related crime. Shishibona branch head. Regarding incident something designated as undercover investigation. This message is to inform you that a section of the testimony records of an incident under this police headquarters jurisdiction has been found. That is thought to be related to the undercover investigation of the incident in question. Okinomiya Police Station X Hinamizawa Village housewife slaughter incident. During investigation of suspect something something who was arrested for possession of illegal drugs, there was testimony alluding to the crime in question, and it became clear that it contained information that only the perpetrator could have known. Okay, interesting. Therefore, we are prepared to share this record of testimony with you. Duplicate attached. If this testimonial is to be believed, then there is an extremely high chance that suspect something something was the perpetrator in the incident in question. In addition, on receiving this testimony, the head investigator on the case inquired as to the incident with the Okinomiya police station. But the responsible party at Okinomiya police station misunderstood. And in compliance with the designation as an undercover investigation by executive order from Prefectural Police Headquarters on July 1st, 1982, General Administration B112. They did not explain the incident's existence to the head investigator as they should have. Because of this, the head investigator did not realize the importance of the testimony as it related to the case in question. and as a result was negligent when combing the scene. We apologize for having effectively ignored it until now? Okay. Give me 1 second. This was a lot of text. This was one whole sentence, by the way. From in addition to have. This was one sentence. Let me read that again. In my head. What does that mean? So they got a testimony that included information that this guy that they arrested was indeed the perpetrator. So they received the testimony, and the head investigator inquired as to the incident. They fucked up something. And they did not explain the incident's existence to the head investigator as they should have. What does that mean? So they didn't... Yeah, they didn't investigate the crime scene to its fullest. That's what I understood too. So they messed up somewhere here. Not informing someone? The lead investigator? Of this crime's existence in the first place? So they didn't really investigate it properly? And this guy died. So the only thing that they have that would tie this guy to the murder is that testimony. Nothing else. They have no other evidence. And he's dead. He can't say anything anymore. So, assuming he was under heavy drug influence, he could have been confessing to this, knowing details about the case from whoever did this, you know, Satoshi and someone telling this guy, probably someone of the three families, telling him about how Satoshi did this, and then ended up killing him so he can't take back the statement? We're also missing important details surrounding the death of the aunt. Yeah, this basically confirms to me that this guy certainly did not kill the aunt. It doesn't confirm necessarily that it was Satoshi, but it was someone else. And he was framed and killed. Holy moly. I mean, I think we did learn that he died in confinement in the first chapter. But knowing the context of him or his testimony being the only evidence that they have is very sus. That music cue, yeah. It hints towards what we're all thinking. Yeah, he was arrested in jail, yeah. Well, but that doesn't confirm that it was Satoshi. Not yet, anyway. It is highly likely that it was him, but it's not a full confirmation. He could have disappeared before committing the murder, or he didn't commit it at all. Maybe he backed out. Oh my god. We're already at chapter 9. There isn't too many left to go, I think. I think Sora said she was on chapter 11, so there's at least 11. It confirms what you said earlier. What did I say? Probably means that no one really knows what went down, right? Yeah, something happened. This guy was framed. at least the party who framed him knows what happened. But it could be that it's more than just this party that knows what happened exactly. Could be one perpetrator, could be this party covering up that this specific perpetrator committed the crime. This guy was drugged and told a story by the person who knew what happened. Somehow, this guy was told what to say to the police while under the influence of drugs, and he was then killed off. But we don't know who did this. But yeah, I did say that he was possibly drugged and told what to say. I forgot completely that he was killed, and them not having any other evidence, and then him being killed off to not be able to retract his statement is just solidifying all of what we said before. You know what, the aunt was killed with the torture devices, right? At the start of the chapter? No, this was someone else, yeah. The aunt was, yeah, right. She was killed with the bat. Whoever... Oh, yeah, we know who that was. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting also who it was. It was the aunt... Not aunt. The uncle's lover that he ran to after the aunt was killed. So it was his lover. He's unlucky. Was the bat actually used? Good question. We don't know it's the murder weapon. We only know that he, or that she was beaten up. She was beaten up, but we don't know by what. It could be the metal bat. It could be anything else. That's a blunt weapon. Oh boy, what a chapter. Or what, these two chapters actually were kind of crazy. They were quite short, which I enjoy. Because it allows the peak of the chapter to be arrived at a little quicker than usual. When you have like 4-hour chapters, I don't know, it feels a little long sometimes. So having these shorter ones is kind of nice. Maybe I was just quicker, I'm not sure, but it felt shorter. Which just makes me think that the last ones are going to be really long, like they have been in the past. Well, yeah, that was something. I would love to keep reading, but I know this has like at least... What chapter are we on? 3 more? 2 more? So, I'm gonna end it right now. This is quite a lot to take in right now. But yeah, I'll look for someone to raid. I think Didi is ending right now, so... unfortunately can't raid Didi today. But, oh my boy! Elvira is playing Pocket Mirror! I want to see her play some more Pocket Mirror. I've watched her first stream of it, and it was really entertaining. And we love Pocket Mirror on here, so we obviously have to raid her. Thanks for the stream. Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It was certainly something. I have to think on everything that we just talked about. But yeah, I hope you guys had a good time, and I hope you guys enjoy Elvira's stream. Feel free to stay to say hello to her. But yeah, I hope everyone has a lovely rest of their day. I hope you enjoy the night or day. And I will see you guys tomorrow for some Omori. Yes. Thanks for joining me. I also had a good time. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.